Councilmember Hefner.
Here.
Councilwoman, excuse me, Councilmember Kern.
Here.
Councilmember Hamilton.
Here.
Councilmember Cooperman.
Here.
Councilmember Fahey.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Dickinson.
Here.
Mayor Lay.
Here. Can you join with me in the Pledge of Allegiance, please? The next item is the executive session concerning real property acquisitions and disposition.
Thank you, Mayor. As noted on the meeting agenda, the city manager is requesting an executive session for the purpose of discussing real property acquisitions and dispositions pursuant to Section 5-2C of the Home Rule Charter and CRS Section 246402-4A, specifically as to appraisals and other value estimates and strategy. Prior to entertaining any motion, the interim city clerk will read a statement required by the city code.
It is the policy of the city to conduct public business in meetings open to the public. While in executive session, it is inappropriate to take straw votes, keep minutes, or to make any final decisions. It is the duty of each member to ensure that executive sessions are conducted in strict compliance with this ordinance, state and federal law, and any applicable provisions of the state and federal constitutions. If at any time the scope, nature, or parameter of this executive session goes beyond the publicly stated topic, it is the responsibility of the council to terminate and cease any further deliberation within the executive session and return to the public meeting. Only those topics described in city ordinance may be discussed in an executive session. Those topics are summarized as follows. Where federal or state law requires that the information being discussed remain confidential, certain personnel matters involving only employees directly appointed by the city council and other personnel matters upon request of the city manager or mayor, consideration of water rights and real property acquisitions and dispositions, but only as to appraisals, value estimates, and strategy, legal consultation with an attorney representing the city with respect to pending litigation.
Regarding the authority for the executive session, Section 5-2C authorizes an executive session for the purpose of discussing real property acquisitions and dispositions, but only as to appraisals and other estimates of value and strategy. An executive session for these purposes is also authorized by the Open Meetings Law, Section 246402-4A of the Colorado Revised Statutes. The request involves potential acquisition of real property. With that, Mayor, you may entertain a motion to go into executive session.
I would move to go into executive session for the purpose of discussing real property acquisitions and dispositions, and that the executive session also includes City Manager Diane Langley, Deputy City Manager Sema Fox, Community Development Director Rob Zaccaro, Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Director Adam Blackmore, Finance Director Ryder Bailey, Open Space Superintendent Ember Brignall, and City Attorney Kathleen Kelly. Can we get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Hamilton.
Do we need
I'll
a second?
second.
Sorry. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you.
All in favor?
No, a roll call, please.
Sorry.
Councilmember Hamilton.
Yes.
Councilmember Hefner.
Yes.
Councilmember Kern.
Yes.
Mayor Lay.
Yes.
Councilmember Fahey.
Yes.
Councilmember Cooperman.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Dickinson.
Yes.
Okay, passes, and the city council will now adjourn to executive session. Back as close to 6 o'clock as we can, or not later than that. And we'll put a note or a placard up if it's going to be later than that. Okay, thanks. right. Well, we were back on. I guess we can. Thank you for giving us a couple minutes of extra time. We just had an executive session, which is going to get reported on right now by the city attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor and council, as noted on the meeting agenda, the executive session was for the purpose of discussing a potential real property acquisition, and the city council had such discussion. No follow-up at this meeting is requested at this time.
Thank you. We're going to go to the approval of the agenda. In light of what I would anticipate to be a item that probably is going to have some public comment, maybe extensive public comment. Don't want to take things too far out of order, but we did want to make one change, or at least I'm going to move a change to move item 7A from the consent agenda. Hold on for just a second. 7A. Just a moment. Oh,
It's the
That's
proclamation.
right. The item 7A, which is the Arbor Day proclamation, to move from the consent agenda to the first item of regular business, and then to move the item G, which is the item concerning the use of the current rink conversion of the inline skating rink to pickleball courts to follow 10C, which moves it up just a little bit. We know that there's some people that probably have kids that might appreciate having that just slightly earlier. Move that item 7A be moved to the consent agenda, from the consent agenda to the first item of regular business, and to move item 10G to follow item 10C. Do we have a second? Okay. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, good. Thank you. The next item is public comments on items not on the agenda. So if you have a desire to comment on one of the items on the agenda, this is not your time. But if you have a comment about items that are not on the agenda and not on the consent agenda, please feel free to come forward. We ask that you state your name and what community you're from. You don't have to leave your whole address. And you'll have 3 minutes to say your piece. You don't have to take the full 3 minutes. If you can designate, or if there's somebody who you are willing to partner up with, or somebody in the audience or online who is willing to partner with you and cede their time to you, you can speak for up to 6 minutes. Once again, that is not an amount of time you have to use in full. If you would like to speak, please fill out a card. They're right outside of the council chambers, and bring them to the city clerk at the end of the dais, and she'll call out your name when it's time to go. One of the things very important, and I think it'll be important depending on how many people we have. There are strong feelings about certain topics, but we ask that you not cheer, boo, stamp your feet, holler, whatever, because there are people who are first-timers, and it's really hard getting up in front of council, I think, for some people, and saying your piece, and we want to encourage everybody who is interested in coming forward. So with that, is there anybody who has public comment to make?
First up is Martin Ogle, followed by George Colbert.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Martin Ogle. I live in Louisville. There we go. And I'll take my allotted time to tell you about an upcoming event that addresses 3 important aspects of our community. youth, environment, and business. And we really need to bring these three together to address the future in interesting and fun, but also substantive ways that will acknowledge the challenges that we face, but will also allow us to build an ever more sustainable economy. The event, a short public workshop, is entitled Connecting the Environment to All Careers and Youth to Business, and it will be held early afternoon on Sunday, April 27th at Sister Carmen Community Center in Lafayette. It'll feature some short talks by high school students and a variety of businesses in our community that are doing their work ever more green and sustainably. Then there'll be a panel discussion and activity, and we'll explore how all of us, but especially young people, can be part of creating the proverbial green economy through whatever kinds of jobs and careers they're interested in and have aptitude to, not just the supposed environmental or green careers. Speakers will include high school students on the Louisville Youth Advisory Board and representatives from Treehouse Learning, the World of Wonder Museum, Jack's Ranch and Home, Alpen Windows, and Sister Carmen Community Center. And also, the organization One Voice for Change will enable this session to be broadcast to youth and adults in other parts of the U.S. and Nigeria, and possibly other countries. And the Boulder Chamber of Commerce is a supporter of this event. So I've sent some information about this to a couple people in this room, but I'll send to a few more. And what I'm hoping is that everyone can come and possibly help get the word out through whatever means are appropriate. We only have just a little under 2 weeks until the event. And then going forward, I do hope that this theme of looking at all careers as being environmental careers, because they all affect the environment in some way, can provide more experiences and maybe even a theme going forward for our city so that we can address the need to become ever more sustainable. So thank you.
Thank you, Martin.
George Colbert.
Hi there. Can you hear me? Everybody good? Great. George Colbert, Colbert, however you want to pronounce it, Louisville, right down the street. I did not want to be here tonight. I'm sorry to take up your time. I know you have a lot on your plate, fully aware and cognizant of that. I empathize with that, so sorry. I'm only here because of events that just happened to me within the last hour. I've talked to you many times and raised my concerns about Via Appia and the failed striping, whatever we're calling it, multiple times. I've started to feel like a broken record, so I've given you a break and I've quit complaining about it. However, meanwhile, I continue to be involved in near misses at the intersection of Tyler and Via Appia. It happens almost daily. It was dangerous before the failed striping, and now it's much worse. It has got to be the top 2 or 3 most dangerous intersections in the entire city, in my opinion. I happen to live right by there. When I run across Via Appia, I have to flag the cars down because they do not stop. I have to flag them down. I've almost been hit by cars multiple times when I'm running. When I'm driving, cars ride up on me because there's only one lane now. They try to push me down Via Appia, and when they're not happy, they pass me on the left-hand side in the yellow stripe lane. The worst part, though, is we brilliantly removed the right-hand turn lane. Great idea. So now, let me ask you a question. Do you think people care that that lane's gone? Do you think they obey and stay in the middle lane? I can tell you they don't, because multiple times I've almost been hit when a car swoops around me and tries to take the same right-hand turn that I'm trying to take. But I've tried not to make a big deal out of it. Today, I rode my brand new motorcycle all the way to Denver in the HOV lane, all the way back, not one issue, until I got to Tyler and Via Appia. Same thing, I go to make the proper and legal right-hand turn. The car behind me swoops in to the right and comes within 2 feet of me. I could see the kid's face, clear as day. Luckily, I'm a skilled driver. I moved out of the way, but I was almost hit again. What do you think would happen if a Pathfinder hit my little 650 motorcycle? Probably wouldn't be very good, right? So, by the way, I scored 100 on my written and my practical test when I got my endorsement. I'm a skilled driver, I'm a safe driver, and I'm a defensive driver. But enough is enough. You're putting my life in danger with this garbage. Via Appia needs to be fixed, and it needs to be fixed right now. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, George. Good. Going to ask for a motion to approve the consent agenda as I had described. That is to move A to the beginning of the meeting.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Committee reports. Yes. Mayor Pro Tem.
I just have one. I'll try to keep it brief, but I was invited to do so this is informational comments, guest lecture at the University CU School of Public Health around the Marshall Fire, and I got some great new updated data from Rob and our staff around our Marshall Fire and the policies that we put in place. And it was just a cool opportunity to talk to some students who are working on environmental policy and all those things. And so just a quick, fun little bit of data that, I think a lot of us know, were over 92% of the homes that were destroyed are in some process of rebuild. So either they have their certificate, they're under construction, or they've submitted their permit, which is amazing after 3 years to have 92%. But what was really interesting in the information I had received from our staff is that only 24% of the homes rebuilt to the 2018 code, and the other 76 are rebuilding to the 2021 code or better. And that's remarkable. Some of them have to because they're new owners, but most of them didn't have to, and they found ways to do it and the finances to make that happen with all sorts of resources. But both the rebuild pace, while it is horribly slow when you're living it, relative to other disasters, it's record-breaking speed, and then the quantity of properties built back to the 2021 code is really cool. So just getting to talk to these students about policy decisions and hard choices and a trauma to our community and trying to get through all that. There's a lot of success, and there will always be the failure of that it happened and what so many of us had to go through to my left and right here. That trauma will never go away and the negative will never go away, but there are some positives through it that we've been able to do as a community, and I just think we don't get to talk about it often enough, and having given that lecture and hearing from them and the other experts in the room just being like, that's unbelievable. It was a cool moment, and so I wanted to reflect that back to this community and to staff and to all the people that rebuilt and that helped people rebuild. It's a pretty positive story in a lot of ways, so thanks, Chris. Thanks, Mayor.
Others, yes. Councilmember Hamilton.
Thank you, Mayor. Along those lines, so I had the opportunity recently to go visit the Louisville preschool here downtown and hear what those students are doing and learning in their classroom as it relates to the environment, sustainability, and resiliency. These are preschoolers learning how plants grow, learning about how their choices impact their environment. And I love to see those conversations starting so early. I went as a representative to help those kids really understand that their voices can be heard, and my job is to hear those voices. So some of the things that they're working on is they want to make their playground more resilient. So they're looking at fencing. And how do they raise money so that they can replace their wood fence with fire-resistant fencing? They also have a goal of replanting a tree in their corner of the playground and some other plants that are pollinator plants as well. So I think there's the whole continuum here from preschool to college of students having these conversations around these topics.
Thank you so much. Others? I'll put in a brief word. I was part of a group of mayors and staff and some city council people in a group called the Northwest Mayors and County Commissioners Caucus, and we've been, well, that group has been for 26 years working together on a whole variety of transportation issues in the area. The group roughly corresponds to where the geography, sort of Westminster all the way up to Boulder and Longmont. It was really a fascinating 3 days of lobbying in Washington, D.C. There were meetings with our congressional delegation. Also, Kurt Coer, our public works director, came along and added materially to the discussions. I think one of the values of that sort of effort is that we do a lot of the legwork between us here at home in meetings that happen once a month. We have staff who participate, and Deputy City Manager Sama Fox has been staffing that, and I don't know that she's going to continue. I hope so, but there's going to be there'll be more that I can say about it. But very interesting being back in Washington, D.C. This time around. In addition to meeting with a couple of senators, the senators from our state, as well as Congressman Neguse, and different folks branched off to talk with Congressman Peterson, and I think there were a number of them that we weren't able to actually meet with because they were on the floor voting and so forth. The House is very, very busy, or it was last week, with budget discussions, so that didn't happen. But we also met with staff for both House and Senate committees that have to do with transportation, both in highways as well as rail. And I can say more at a later date. I think what I would say is there certainly is a lot of enthusiasm about doing transportation projects that are consistent with the executive orders and the president's agenda. There's, I think, a fair amount of money that is in the Department of Transportation for spending on certain kinds of projects, particularly the highway projects, particularly Highway 7, which is one of the areas that we discussed pretty significantly, and 287, both emphasizing improvements that are necessary for safety and for a growing area and connectivity between urban and rural areas as well. So, and we even had a discussion about Prime and the buffs, which was an interesting thing that you can talk about later if you want. Anyway, a good solid few days of work, and you'll hear more about it as we go. Anybody else? Okay, good. City Manager's report.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. 2 items to report. The library project continues. The library is closed at this time to finish the project, and once we have an opening date, we will announce that. Second of all, next week, Public Works will start the installation process for the downtown patio program. All of these slots have been reserved, and so you will see that activity next week. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager. Regular business today, we'll start off with the Arbor Day proclamation, and I believe Councilmember Fahey is going to introduce that.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes. Arbor Day proclamation for April 18, 2025. whereas the City of Louisville conducts an annual Arbor Day celebration, employs staff dedicated to tree care, has written a tree ordinance, and spends more than $2 per capita on tree care, the National Arbor Day Foundation recognizes the City of Louisville as a Tree City USA for the 44th consecutive year. And whereas the City of Louisville received the Tree City USA Growth Award from the National Arbor Day Foundation for hiring a city forester and completing an inventory of trees, and whereas through the work of the Parks and Public Landscapes Board, the City of Louisville has established and committed to an ongoing landscape beautification master plan involving the planting of numerous trees and shrubs. And whereas through lottery proceeds, the City of Louisville has established an arboretum and continues to maintain and manage through sound arboricultural practices. And whereas the Parks and Public Landscapes Board and City of Louisville staff continue to educate the public on sound horticultural and forestry practices, and whereas Arbor Day has been celebrated nationally since 1872, now, therefore, we, Louisville City Council of Louisville, do hereby proclaim Friday, April 18th, 2025, as Arbor Day in the City of Louisville, and urge all citizens to celebrate efforts to care for our trees and woodlands and to support our city's community forestry program. And I urge all citizens to plant trees to gladden the heart and promote the well-being of present and future generations. And I would just like to add one quote that I heard, and I cannot recall who said it, but they said that something along the lines of, the great thing is to plant a tree knowing that you will never be sitting under its shade, but it will be there for someone else. So, happy Arbor Day.
Do you want to make a motion?
So I move to accept or proclaim April 18, 2025 to be Louisville's Arbor Day.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Great. Thank you very much. All right, the next item is wonderful. We've got the Executive Director of the Louisville Chamber of Commerce, Jillian Millar, here, and is going to make a brief presentation to us. And I think it's going to be introduced by, go ahead.
Yes, thank you for having me. I'm Vanessa Sadate, the Economic Vitality Manager here at the city, and we asked that the Chamber would be able to give an update on all the work that they have been doing. We work super closely with the Chamber, from regular meetings, attending events, introductions between both groups, touring of places, advocacy, you name it. Jillian and I meet very regularly. Sometimes it feels like we talk every single day. But a lot of what I do, a lot of what Jillian does is in the background on how we're supporting businesses, retaining businesses. And then a lot of what we do, you end up seeing through events, through ribbon cuttings, through groundbreakings. And so we just wanted to present today. Many of you have heard me say that I like to celebrate our wins and cheer where we can. And so with that, I would just like to introduce Jillian to cheer all of her wins.
Welcome, Jillian.
Thank you. Just give me one moment to get the presentation up here. I'm a Mac person, not a PC, so we're partners even on the stage. There we go. Thank you. It's great. Okay. So thank you very much for having the Chamber come today. We're delighted to be here. We're actually doing a review of our activities last year. There's lots of excitement already happened this year, but the focus of this presentation is to look back. So we have our signature events, Chamber events, an expanded advocacy program, and some new leadership and new programming for our members. So I'm going to briefly take you through a couple of those programs in the presentation today. Our signature events, we have 3 signature events: Taste of Louisville, Pints in the Park. Oh, it's not moving on. I'll keep going. It's Taste of Louisville, Pints in the Park, and the Parade of Lights. In 2025, we'll actually have a fourth signature event. And the difference between a community event, a chamber event and a signature event is those signature events are those big events that are for the whole community at large, whereas our chamber events are more of our events that we have for our members. And so I was going to show you a quick video for the highlights of Taste of Louisville, and we'll see if we can get that up. But whilst we're waiting for that, our second signature event we wanted to talk about was Pints in the Park. Pints in the Park in 23, I think, had 3 vendors and about, about 50 participants. And I'll fill you in on the rest of that. I'll go, let's see if we can get back to Taste of Louisville. Okay, so back to Taste of Louisville. And let's see if we can get this to play. We did actually test this. There we go. Taste of Louisville. Well, what better way than show how the event went? Just a quick recap from there. So it's a huge success thanks to all of our sponsors and our city support. Pints in the Park, as I was saying, Pints in the Park had a big change this year. So we had over 50 vendors, so from kind of 3 or 4 to 50 vendors, and I think about 50, 100 people to 800 tastes. So it was a huge success, and we can't wait to see where we can take it from there. And I'm going to give you a quick recap on Pints, I think. Oops. Oh, no, it's spinning. Oh, now it's saying restart.
The videos are just such high quality. They're crashing
They're
our
just crashing
computer.
the system. I'm going to carry on with the presentation, and we'll see if we get to the video. So the chamber events that we completed in 24, we had our annual awards dinner where we celebrate the best of our businesses, local businesses in town. We partner with the city to put on the State of the City, where the mayor presents what has happened in the year alongside our annual meeting. And that's when we kicked off our new programs. Fantastic. So our second signature event went very well last year. And then we finished off with the Parade of Lights. I'm going to try and get on to the next piece. Thanks for bearing with us. There we go. Our Leaders Luncheon is the third chamber event that we completed. So we had various different leaders come and supported by Premier Credit Union, where you can actually sit and have a conversation with leaders in a small group setting. And tomorrow we have another one, which is sold out. We have Chris Wood from BizWest coming. And then we had a sold out golf scramble event in September. So that's more of your interactions between your business to business. So trying to do different events that meet different expectations and needs. And then 2025, one of the things we did this year is we looked to see who are our members and what do we need to do that's different. So we identified that each year we would do an education summit for our members. So 2025, we are doing a media, marketing, and AI summit, asking the question, what does marketing mean for our members? That will be on May 20th. We wanted to expand our networking to guarantee our members at least 2 networking events a month, which we're doing already, and multi-chamber networking opportunities as well. So when I joined the chamber in July, one of the things I did was have a real deep dive into who our members are and what the potential members could be, and to see what kind of programming we needed to develop and to update our strategy. And so we have a 2-year strategy in place. And actually, by the end of 2024, we had our entire 2025 mapped out. So we were able to go to our members and say, this is all the programming we're doing this year, which really helps the community and the members plan how they're going to spend their marketing dollars. And now we get the fun with our new team that's just been hired of putting this all into place. So our review of membership, this was at the end of last year. You can see that hospitality, retail, and entertainment is our highest number of members. But I wanted to note that the health wellness, that's health wellness, personal care, fitness, that's 17.9%. That's our fastest growing. That number, I imagine, if I'm standing here this time next year, will be significantly higher, maybe even higher than hospitality. So we decided we needed to do something specifically for that group. So on October the 18th at the new facility in Relish, we are hosting a Northwest Chamber Alliance pickleball tournament and a giant festival called the Feel Good Festival, specifically for these guys in mind. And we've already had a kickoff. We've got sponsors and people signing up before we've even told them what the event is yet. So I think this is going to be really good fun. In terms of our membership, we revised our membership model to create a more equitable model. So it used to be that if you had less money, say you were a nonprofit or a young business, you had less rights and less access. We've changed that so you get the same. Everyone gets the same access, but you get a discount, a $1 discount instead. And then we added in a fellowship level, which is for those larger tier businesses that are able to help contribute to help us help nonprofits and other businesses. And then we developed a brand new model from scratch. So our information hub and our member hub is being completely rebuilt, as well as our website and operating system. Last year, advocacy continued with ribbon cuttings and leaders' luncheons. And the way in which the Chamber advocates is we have our advocacy committee that meet regularly, our board and our ambassadors. But partnership is really the key to that piece. And like Vanessa said, we meet regularly to talk about economic vitality. But then I also sit in on the meetings at the city. So whether it's economic vitality, PACE at county level, or the LRC meetings, I attend those meetings and provide that information back to our members. We've also been engaged in a much bigger way with the Northwest Chamber Alliance, and that is 7 different chambers in different cities. So I meet once a month with them. But the Latin Chamber have been providing a lot of information about helping support businesses that have employees that might feel at risk right now, and providing education and information from them as one example. And so we meet every month and share information. And we've been advocating at a state level. We just had a day at the Capitol looking at certain bills that might be relevant to our business community here in Louisville. A new partner is the World Trade Center. So we jumped on this the last couple of weeks. There's some issues with tariffs and importing happening, as everybody is well aware. And as a small chamber, we don't have the information to help those businesses. So we've partnered with the World Trade Center, which is kind of like a chamber organization, but globally. So we're already connecting our members who have questions and need help in this new space with the right partner. So partnership is everything for us. And we partner with, like I said, the Latin Chamber of Commerce and Small Business Development Center. And those are key. And Vanessa's been really made a big impact in getting these partners together so that we can all meet them. So it really has been huge collaboration with the city. Marketing communications have improved last year with a new Louisville Loop newsletter and sharing partner information. And then this year on our new program, we're really trying to develop the idea of the lobby of the chamber being a visitor center. We have a lot of people coming by. We want to really make the chamber open, stop by. We've got tea and coffees and drinks come in, see what's going on. We're developing a podcast. We have a distribution plan for our community guide. And we do have some budget constraints with the Discover Louisville ideas. So we're doing what we can this year, but that's something that we want to develop going forward. And just a quick flash of our partners here. I wanted to just briefly at the end say a big thank you to our board of directors from last year, our volunteers, our fellowship members, and then these are just a snapshot of the people that we partnered with in 2024. None of this is possible as a nonprofit organization. None of our activities are possible without all of our partners. So we will continue to connect, advocate, and promote, which is our 3 pillars on behalf of our members, and then continue to have engaging community events for everyone to attend and keep the fun going in Louisville. That's it.
Thank you, Jillian.
All right, thanks.
Make a comment?
Jillian, just a quick comment.
Please.
I am so inspired by your leadership. Your team has done so much great work in such a short amount of time within your first year in this position. That's remarkable. And those videos that you showed, I got emotional watching those because I think for many of us, that's why we love living in Louisville. And your work plays a huge part in that. So I think we'd be remiss if we didn't acknowledge that up here today and express our gratitude for your work. Thank you.
Very much. Appreciate it.
Anybody else in council? Yes, Councilman.
A very big echo to exactly what Councilmember Hamilton said. Thank you very much, Jillian.
I'll add my echo to the other 2 previous council members, and also ask, when is Dinner on Main this year?
So dinner on Main sold out by 10:04. Went on sale last week at 10 o'clock, and by 10:04 we had 98% of the tickets sold. So it sold out in record time and is on June 6th. But there's still going to be loads of activities on, and the silent disco is free, and everyone can come. And all their restaurants are going to have Dinner on Main kind of menus and fun stuff. So even if you didn't get a ticket, you can still be part of the fun.
Thank you.
I can't not pile on. When I heard that Jillian was the new director of the chamber, there's nothing you've done that has surprised me at all. You are a remarkable human being, and your addition to this team and this town is unbelievable. And as someone who lost their home in the fire, and the work you've done to stay a part of this community and bring it back to just such this wonderful space, thank you so much for everything that you do.
Thank you. That's very kind of you. Thank you very much. Well, I love what I'm doing. I live downtown. I've been in Louisville, despite my accent, for 12 years, and I'm very happy to be here and be in this position, and I appreciate the support from council and the city. So thank you.
Thank you. I'd be remiss if I didn't say thank you from the rest of us. And I'll leave it at that. But we do want to take public comment on this. Any public comment on this? No? Okay. All right. Our next item is a landmark designation and grant request for 600 Pine Street, resolution number 26, series 2025, a resolution approving a landmark designation for a historical residential property located at 600 Pine Street, and a resolution 27, Series 2025, a resolution approving a preservation and restoration grant for the Malcolm House located at 600 Pine Street. Do we have a staff presentation?
All right. There we go. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. This is Emily Klein Gibson, Planner 2, with the staff presentation. This is an application request for landmark status and a preservation and restoration grant for the property at 600 Pine Street. This property is located on the southeastern corner of Pine Street and Grant Avenue, as shown on the slide. Criteria for landmark designation requires that a building be at least 50 years old and have either architectural, social, or geographic significance. The subject building is approximately 120 years old, satisfying that 50-year minimum age requirement. The Queen Anne architectural style featured on this house is relatively rare in Louisville and features scalloped-shaped shingles, Victorian ornamentation, and barge board. The front of the house facing Pine Street has been largely maintained, and the first-story windows appear to be original. There is a second-story addition in 1985 that has altered the massing of the historic building. And social significance includes most notably the Malcolm family, who has retained ownership of the property for over 100 years, during which time included military service in 4 different wars, downtown Louisville business for a barbershop and insurance office, and involvement in local women's social clubs. It's also worth noting that the Malcolm family are still the property owners today. This application also includes a preservation and restoration grant request for up to $5,750 to make repairs to the existing chimney. Staff found the request meets our criteria for preservation, restoration, and rehabilitation, and the work was listed as a high priority item in the historic structure assessment for the property, which was completed in 2024. The cost estimate for the proposed chimney work did not explicitly include chimney cricket repairs for water mitigation, and the Historic Preservation Commissioners recommended increasing the originally proposed grant amount by $1,500 for a total of $5,750 in matching grant funds to cover the cost of the potential additional work. And staff agrees with the HPC recommended grant increase. So with all of this, staff recommends approval of Resolution 26, Series 2025 to Landmark, grant a $5,000 landmark bonus, and name the home the Malcolm House. Staff also recommends approval of Resolution 27, Series 2025 for a matching preservation and restoration grant amount of up to $5,750. And this concludes staff presentation. I am available for any questions. Thank you.
Let me ask you, is there a applicant presentation?
There's no applicant presentation.
Any questions from members of the council? Yes, Councilmember Cookman.
I have one general question and then I'll maybe a follow-up with a specific question. In terms of our program, can someone come back multiple times for grants?
Yes. There is a maximum for residential properties, a maximum limit of $40,000 in matching requests. There is a time limit to come back and request the total amount. It's 3 years from date of landmark.
Okay. And so, you know, what's being requested tonight is basically, this is the work that needed to be done, at least now, and that's what we're seeing.
Yes, but they do have the option to come back and request more in the future.
All right. Thank you.
Other questions of staff? Okay. Do we have any public comment on this item? All right. Come back. Any comments from council on this particular matter? Yes, Councilmember Fahey.
First, I drove by. I drive down Pine Street all the time. I'm curious, where is the front door?
It's a little hidden. It is located along Pine Street, along that frontage.
Oh, okay.
Right, can we get a motion on resolution number 26, series 2025, which is a resolution supporting landmark designation.
So moved.
Second?
Any comment? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, can I get a motion on resolution number 27, series 2025, a resolution approving a preservation and restoration grant for the Malcolm House located at 600 Pine Street?
So moved. Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Very good. Congratulations, and thank you very much for those presentation. If any of you have not ever looked or been here for a presentation on landmarking or one of these grants, the materials that are provided are really pretty astonishing and a wonderful walk through the history, not only of the property, but kind of the social atmosphere, and the pictures are great, and the analysis is keen. And anyway, I always encourage people to look through those when they get a chance. All right. Our next item is a discussion, direction, action, conversion of the inline skating rink to pickleball courts 2025 capital improvement project. Do we have a staff presentation?
Mayor, I think you moved this item to after item C.
Sure it's me?
Yeah, we did.
Yes, and you just concluded item
For
B.
item, yeah, we're going
What
through.
time?
Pardon me. Yeah. See, I think it comes up. All right. Yeah, my bad. Yeah, Adam just. All right, ordinance number 1892, series 2025, an ordinance amending Title 17 and Title 3 of the Louisville Municipal Code concerning the regulation of accessory dwelling units in the city of Louisville. Second reading, advertised in the City of Louisville website, March 21st, 2025. I didn't mean to get everybody all riled up just yet. Do we have a staff presentation?
Yes, we do. So Jeff Hurt with Community Development, and I'm here to present an ordinance to address accessory dwelling units, which address both Title 17 and Title 3. All noticing requirements have been met. We've actually done enhanced community notice, recognizing that this is an important issue. So there's a lot to cover, so bear with me. I'll try to be as concise as possible. But first, I'm just going to cover kind of a reminder of what an ADU is and isn't. Second, the current state of ADUs in Louisville. Third, kind of a recap of our recent city-related policies around ADUs and then the state law that's driving a lot of this. And then last, the ordinance summary itself. So many of us are familiar with what an ADU is. It can take a variety of forms. It can be within the existing structure. It can be above a detached garage. It can be a number of different places, but the idea is it's accessory and subordinate to a primary single-family unit. And here's just some images of the range of types of ADUs that you see around the region. Some of the benefits for ADUs, multi-generational housing is certainly a priority in terms of folks that are aging parents, adult children wanting to come back home, find a place to live. Rental income is another benefit of ADUs. And then by their nature, they're certainly going to be more affordable than a lot of the market rate units out there today. So Louisville does not currently allow ADUs. That does make us an outlier among peer cities. Most cities in our region have allowed them for some time now. We do allow guest houses and rooming houses that are not ADUs in the sense that really having a full kitchen is the defining feature of what makes something an ADU or not. So Guest houses are similar, but they're not an actual unit you could rent out or have a kitchen in. It is important to know we prohibit short-term rentals in Louisville. This does not change that, so an ADU under this ordinance would not be allowed to have a short-term rental. The city has done some community engagement around ADUs. In 2023, we conducted some engagement focused on the Marshall Fire recovery area, just getting a sense of where people were at in that community as they rebuilt in terms of level of interest to allow ADUs. Opinions were mixed. There were over 100 folks that engaged on that. But the reality is the questions that were asked as part of that engagement are now sort of overridden by state law. The last time we were before council was back in June of last year. It was longer than I had realized. But at that time, council gave direction to move forward with an ADU ordinance that aligns with the state law. And there were some specific comments and direction that were provided to evaluate incentivizing certain types of ADUs. So deed restricted affordable housing, landmark properties, and accessible units, accessible to those with disabilities, to be incentivized. It was important for council that there's a voluntary pathway for existing units to come into compliance. And then also the idea of if there's any technical or financial assistance the city could provide to support ADUs. The ordinance, we're confident, does address each of these sort of directives in some form or another. Good reminder that last year, City Council adopted our first housing plan. And sort of the overarching goals of that plan are to support more opportunities for residential development where appropriate and affordable housing where appropriate. There is an explicit action item called for in the housing plan to address ADUs. So this is part of that. It's also on council's 2025 work plan. And so I'm not going to do a deep dive on the state law because there's a lot of detail there. I'm happy to if you'd like, but at a high level, the state did pass a law last year that requires all cities, including Louisville, all cities of a certain size, including Louisville, to allow ADUs as accessory to a single family unit. And so there's very detailed standards in this bill that we worked hard to make sure this ordinance complies with. And some of the important things to sort of highlight are, one, these cities have to allow ADUs administratively, meaning you can't have like a discretionary process. You can't have like subjective standards that say, must be consistent with neighborhood character, things like that. It has to be very black and white that they're allowed. There's very limited sort of windows for us to address things like owner occupancy. There's actually not much window for us to say that, for example, the owner has to live in the ADU or the primary unit. And there's very limited window for us to address parking for ADUs as well. Happy to talk more about this. The deadline for compliance is coming soon. It's by the end of June. So I'm going to walk through the draft ordinance now, and then toward the end of the presentation, acknowledge some of the recent comments we've gotten from some stakeholders. So it's important kind of as a preface to walking through the draft ordinance that there's a distinction in the language between an attached and detached unit. So just keep that in mind. That's kind of a key part of how these standards are calibrated. So in terms of where ADUs would be allowed, so essentially all areas that have an allowance for a single family unit would be allowed to have an ADU under this ordinance. That's reflected in the map up here. So again, that's by right with no discretionary review process. The only exception for that is that if it's potentially a historic building where the ADU would go, there is the ability for the city to have historic preservation review at a public hearing. So the maximum ADU size under the proposal is for a detached ADU, 800 square feet, for an attached, so that's separate from the house, like above a garage, separate structure, or an attached ADU, which would be contiguous with the existing structure or within it. 1,000 square feet would be the maximum under this proposal. We did add in some square footage increases for certain types of ADUs. So at the direction of council, so if the unit is potentially landmarked, deed restricted affordable housing, or designed as an accessible unit, meaning accessible to someone with a disability, there is an automatic 200 square foot bump to both sizes. We also add in an additional lot coverage bonus, and I know this is very jargony, but that's the percent of the lot that could be covered by structures, which is a very important kind of factor in all this. If it's an accessible unit, sort of in recognition that's typically going to be a single story unit, there's an allowance for an additional lot coverage bump for those units. That was at the direction of Planning Commission as well as a recommendation of their approval. And so the purposes of these metrics are to comply with state law, kind of first and foremost, but also to create incentives that are kind of aligned with our city priorities. So in terms of ADU heights under this ordinance, the maximum height for a detached ADU would basically mirror what you can already do for a detached accessory building. So if you wanted to build a detached garage or detached shed, the maximum height is 20 feet. This would align with that. So the maximum height of an ADU outside of Old Town would be 20 feet. And for an attached ADU, it'd be the same as the primary building. It is important that we can, as a city, regulate heights of ADUs under this bill. It's one of the few things we can regulate. So in Old Town, our proposal is to allow a slightly taller detached ADU up to 25 feet. And I'll kind of walk you through why. The main reason is kind of recognizing Old Town's unique features. I think most specifically, the roof pitch requirement. Essentially, you have to slope your roof in Old Town, and that would apply to a detached or attached ADU. And that does limit your sort of upper floor habitable space and ability to design that unit. So we did take that into account. There's also other unique features of Old Town in terms of the lot configurations and more challenges on that front. So in terms of how far an ADU would have to be from a property line, the ordinance has detached ADUs essentially the same as any other type of accessory building as far as those setbacks. Attached ADUs, same as the primary unit. There is kind of a very specific quirk in the state law that we had to align with, which is your rear setback for an attached ADU has to be the same. It can't be greater than your rear setback for an accessory building. So it would essentially allow, and happy to go, it took me a minute to get my head around that, but essentially would allow more space in the rear of a house to build an ADU under the state law. And under the proposal, an ADU must be behind the front of the primary building. So some other key elements of the ordinance, we did propose the maximum sort of parking that would be allowed for an ADU per state law. And it's a very narrow set of circumstances, but the only place where we can require parking essentially is if you build an ADU and there's no on-street parking on the subject block, which is very rare in Louisville, and you don't have an excess space to access already on the lot. So the existing house would have to have an excess space. So both things have to be true to require parking. We did build that into the ordinance to align with the state law. ADUs are exempt from the minimum lot size per dwelling unit restrictions. That's also state law. And so an ADU would also be subject to the same limitations around lot coverage and floor area ratio, so the bulk and massing standards. The only exception being for accessible units. So if you design it as accessible, you get that lot coverage bump. So other key elements of the ordinance, we did build in a grace period for existing units through the end of 2026 to be able to come into the city and get those units sort of legitimized as legal non-conforming units. Our approach there is to have a process where we as a city would go in and do a life safety inspection of that unit. So we'd make sure there's adequate egress, carbon monoxide alarms are working, things of that nature to make sure it's safe. That's really the primary kind of driver for this, and other cities have taken this approach as well. Happy to talk more about that. Another element of the ordinance is that the ADU doesn't count toward the deed restricted unit set aside for our inclusionary ordinance. So when you have to set aside 12% of your units as part of a larger development, the ADU under this proposed ordinance would not count toward that 12%. Happy to talk more about that. TAP fees are certainly a hot button issue, and you'll hear more about that tonight, I'm sure. But we are not proposing any changes to our TAP fees at this time. We do recognize the significant barrier and the cost, but we are not proposing any TAP fee changes as part of this ordinance, but that is slated for a future soon-to-be discussion with council. So the last thing to highlight is related to Title III. That's where we address impact fees. The proposed ordinance, this is sort of getting at council's direction to provide some financial support for ADUs to the extent we can. So we propose that the first 500 square feet of an ADU is exempt from development impact fees that are assessed on all new residential units. That would be treated the same as another type of addition to a house. I'm happy to talk more about how that might work as well. So we did want to acknowledge that there were some very thoughtful comments in a letter by a group of architects sent in recently, and certainly the other public comments as well we received. So I wanted to acknowledge those comments and recognize that in their 3 or 6 minutes they might use. It might be hard for them to go through all this. So I've got a couple slides here just to go through the sort of the alternate proposal that we received, and we want to acknowledge it as staff and sort of provide our own comments and feedback on those alternate proposals. So I'll try to get through this kind of quickly, but first element of the kind of the revised proposal from those folks was to allow more of a lot coverage kind of bump for an ADU than what's currently in the ordinance, in recognition that there's a lot of lots out there that are already near or at their lot coverage max. So if you have a lot, and the standard is you can only cover it with 30% by buildings, this proposal would allow you to go into that by 500 square feet, sort of a blanket allowance, to allow more flexibility for ADUs in those challenged lots. The other part of the proposal is to allow ADUs with all attached single-family units, so townhomes, row homes, duplexes, to also allow an ADU with those units. That is not required by state law. That would be an additional policy decision. The other proposal was to allow ADUs to be taller citywide, so up to 25 feet, not just in Old Town, but everywhere in the city. Also a proposal to remove that the ADU can only be 49% of the size of the primary unit. That was a source of discussion with Planning Commission, and I expect we'll get into that as well. And then last, untying the ADU regulations to the inclusionary housing ordinance in any way. Not last, sorry. Slide 1 of 2. So the other part of the proposal was to remove so that grace period I mentioned for existing units to come into compliance. The proposal is to remove sort of the deadline for that and just have it be sort of an indefinite grace period for existing ADUs. To remove the restriction that the ADU cannot be in front of the primary unit, to allow front porch encroachments for ADUs, similar to how we allow them for the primary unit. And then the last two kind of relate to tap fees. Again, we're not addressing that tonight, but to explicitly state that an ADU has to be on the same utility as the primary unit. Nothing in this ordinance precludes that from happening, and I think that's probably our preference, but to explicitly state that. And then the last about the tap fees, recognizing that significant cost barrier, requesting for that to be addressed. All right, so I know this is a lot of information, but we did, and a lot of words up here, but I did want to go through and just provide kind of a staff response to each of these items in terms of recognition that, a lot of these are viable ideas, and also express some of our concerns with some of them. So I have 2 slides on this, and then I'll wrap up and look forward to the discussion. For the first, we'll sort of go line by line. I know it's hard to read. But as far as the lot coverage increases, so that automatic bump of 500 square feet for an ADU, that's something that we did not propose in this ordinance because, from our perspective as planners, lot coverage is one of the sort of the biggest, most important metrics for neighborhood character, right? In terms of the scale, the massing of buildings. And so that's a policy discussion. We didn't propose putting it in because it could have a potential impact on neighborhood character in terms of that increase in lot coverage. The second, to allow ADUs as accessory to all sort of single-family unit types, including attached units. It's the same kind of argument or approach as the lot coverage. It's a neighborhood character question. And so, and kind of to expand on that, if you have a zone district that already allows that type of density, I guess from staff's perspective, you already have a slightly denser sort of development pattern that's already there or could develop. And so adding an ADU onto that, it's again, a council question, but we didn't propose it as part of this ordinance to look at sort of the balance of things and neighborhood character sensitivity. In terms of allowing ADUs to be 25 feet tall citywide, that's again a policy discussion and also a neighborhood character discussion. We chose to calibrate it with what's already allowed in terms of any detached accessory building, but open to that discussion, but we did not propose that. Regarding the 49% size restriction, that's basically where the ordinance says that your ADU can't be more than 49% of the size of the main unit. There's a lot to unpack there, but I think the overarching kind of lens that we had is, the closer that an ADU could be allowed to be to the size of the main unit, the more you're getting into like duplex zoning, which is also a policy question, but that's not what obviously we're proposing here. We do recognize that particularly for smaller houses and smaller lots, 49% is a challenge. However, there is a sort of a low sort of like, floor on this that says 500 square feet is always allowed, and that's a state law thing. So you could never say the 49% results in you only allowing a 300 square foot ADU. You can always have a 500 square foot ADU, even with this metric. So, but we do recognize it's a challenge for smaller houses. So regarding the connection to the inclusionary ordinance, so that's where in the ordinance it essentially says that if you have a larger development where you have to set aside 12% of your units as deed restricted affordable or pay the fee in lieu, the ADU would not count toward that 12% if you build it on site. The reason being, one of the sort of underlying premises of the ordinance is to make sure that the units are comparable in size to the rest of the units, and ADU by its nature would not be quite that. So that's really the kind of the gist of that approach from staff's perspective. So last slide going through all this. So regarding the grace period, that is a concern of staff's to remove that. You know, we think that if you remove that date, you know, we would like for as many of these units to come forward. It's a voluntary thing, but we would like for as many of them to come forward to make sure that they sort of pass muster on the life safety issues. And there's also the issue of, you know, we recognize that folks aren't going to know about it. We're going to cast out as broad a communications as we can, but we know that people won't be paying attention. They might miss the grace period. They would have the opportunity to come in, apply for a permit to legitimize that unit, but it could be and probably would be more costly in terms of the permit cost to bring it all up to code versus just life safety issues, if that makes sense. So that's part of some nuance there, but that's part of the thinking. But we want folks to be motivated to come in to make sure that the units are safe. Regarding if the ADU can't be in front of the primary unit, we see the concern that was raised by the architects, but we think it's a very limited, narrow set of circumstances. And so basically the scenario that was framed is if you have an existing small house, so say like a 600, 800 square foot house that's in the front of your lot in Old Town, and you've got a huge backyard, we would want potentially to keep that building for historic significance. We might be incentivizing tearing that down if you didn't allow that to become an ADU in front of the house, if that makes sense, the primary house. That's a pretty narrow set of circumstances where you have those lot configurations. So we do see the concern, and I think we'd be open to adjusting things to account for those specific circumstances. But to do that blanket citywide, I think we'd be concerned as staff because, so for example, you could have a house that's like 70 feet back from the street where you have a really big lot, and their front setback is only 20 feet, right? And so you've got a window there where you could actually put an ADU in front of the house. That's the kind of circumstance we're looking to avoid, which is the predominant circumstance. But we recognize the Old Town kind of quirks and the issue that might create with potentially historic buildings. Regarding the utilities as part of the main house, we're just proposing to be silent on that, to include that as part of a larger sort of tap fee discussion. But again, nothing precludes one from having the ADU in the house on the same utility. I think that would be our preference. So on February 13th, Planning Commission did recommend approval of the ordinance that's before you tonight. And so they did have one condition to make sure that there was a lot coverage bump for the accessible units in recognition that they're primarily going to be on a single story. I believe that was the only condition. And they also did want to relay to City Council, and in recognition, this isn't their purview, but just to request that Council consider evaluating the tap fees in recognition of how much of a barrier they are. So staff, that concludes my presentation. Staff does recommend approval of the ordinance, and happy to answer any questions. Look forward to the discussion.
Good. Thank you very much. Council questions right now. Yes, Councilmember Kern.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Jeff, for all the work that went into this too, and all the work from planning and community members participating. I remember being part of the conversations a couple of years ago on this, and it's nice to see all of it come to fruition and come back to us. My question was, we see a lot of the maximums. Are there minimum sizes for an ADU?
No minimum size.
Okay.
The only thing that, there could be potential building code issues would be the only thing, but there's nothing in here that says this is the smallest you can go.
Great. That was my only question. Thank you.
Thanks. Other questions? Yes, Councilmember Hamilton.
I'm going to ask you a few questions first before I ask mine to make sure I digested everything accurately. So there is a maximum square foot, correct? For detached 800, for attached 1,000 square feet being proposed tonight.
Correct, with a bump if you have certain types of ADUs.
Right,
Yeah.
okay. Why would there be a square footage max if you already have a height and lot coverage max?
Yeah, so, lot coverage, you could have a lot of lots that have a lot of room to build a much larger ADU than 800 square foot or 1,000 square feet. The lot, depending on the lot. So there's some lots that may only be at 10% lot coverage or 20% lot coverage. So from our perspective, we haven't done that analysis, but, it's important for us to have that square footage maximum to make sure the unit isn't comparable in size also to the primary unit too.
Okay, but you were saying oh, sorry, go ahead, Rob.
Yeah, I was just going to add to that. I think Jeff was getting to that if you scraped a house anywhere in the city and you didn't have a limit or a requirement that it be somehow smaller or subordinate to the primary house, you're basically just creating duplex zoning. So even like taking it out of downtown, if you had what I'll call a suburban lot and somebody tore that down, they could basically just build, two 2,000 square foot homes or one that's 2,000 square feet, one that's 1,999 square feet, and call that the ADU. So the intent of this is that it is, again, subordinate to the house, the primary house that's on the lot. And that's pretty universal when you look at other city ordinances, is they're meant to be an accessory to the house.
You were saying in Old Town, you would maybe consider, in order to save a historic building, that the accessory could be placed differently and maybe larger?
Yeah, so there's multiple issues in Old Town that are different and probably worthy of different treatment. And so one could be the location, and one could be the size and proportion to the primary house. So we could look at those numbers and adjust those for Old Town potentially, because that's a unique situation in Louisville.
Okay, thank you.
Other council questions? Mayor Pro Tem.
Just to fire through, can you clarify, you said short-term rentals are not allowed. What do you define as a short-term rental for the public?
We're silent on it, but yeah.
Well, the zoning ordinance doesn't allow rental for less than a month.
Yep, okay. And then you said that for, ADUs that could be, could affect sort of a historic building, that could be kind of reviewed on those situations, reviewed by the HPC and ends of the HPC, or would that come to council?
It could be subject to, just like the case before us, it'd be treated just like any other historic building, where there could be the stay that put on the demolition, for example, and it could come to city council.
Well, actually, typically if they're not asking for money, it starts and stops with the HPC, it doesn't come to us.
So there's the alteration certificate. So if you're landmarked, the Historic Preservation Commission approves the design of the building, whether it's an ADU or, so if it's a historic building, they're building an ADU, they get to actually do design review on that. That does not go to council.
Thank you. So one clarification, attached and detached. If I have a detached garage, but I decide to put an ADU on top of it, is that an attached ADU to a building that already exists? Or because that garage is detached, it's a detached ADU? It's attached to something that already exists. How does that work?
It would be considered a detached, and the square footage of the garage wouldn't count in that case, for example.
Would not count?
Would not count, yeah.
Explain that again. What do you mean? The square footage of the garage?
So that was and that's.
Oh, wouldn't count generally, like this, the garage doesn't count towards your lot coverage and FAR floor area ratio?
It would count toward your lot coverage and your floor area ratio. It would not count toward your maximum size of your ADU. Because we don't know if that serves the ADU or the main house, right? Yeah.
Okay, not trying to get in the weeds of it, but so if I were to put an ADU over my garage, and they converted my garage to a living room, they could maybe like that might be like an interesting issue that we might have because, well, it is a garage, it was a garage, we're not going to count the garage. So maybe someone ends up kind of using it that way. But if they were to convert it, like get rid of the garage door, make it clearly a unit, then it would count. But if they just kept it as a garage, it wouldn't count.
Correct, yeah, I mean,
They got to come in for a permit.
It should go in for a permit to finish that space, and that would be the flag where we would say, well, that's considered
Got
part
it.
of your ADU square footage. Yeah.
That's great. And then you talked about impact fees potentially being reduced by the first 500 square feet of the, and then permitting fees, no changes there, right? Like permitting fees are, again, as we talked about, like, my only concern is we're still collecting the fees that we need to collect for our staff to do our job to review the permit and do all the work, and we're going to get our permit fees still, right? We're not reducing the amount of permit fees?
Correct, same permit fees, same flexibility for the impact fees as if you did an addition to the house, essentially, yeah.
Okay. And then, yeah, I think you did answer some other questions. Councilmember Hamilton asked one of those. I think that's it for me.
Councilmember Kern.
Thank you. That actually made me think of, we're talking about garages. What if it's part of the house? So what if it's instead someone's lower level or basement level that they're wanting to finish? So it's already been built. There's already like plumbing and maybe even a bathroom in there. So they're like quarantining it off, giving it a separate entrance if they want to. How does that work? Because a lot of homes, maybe less than 49% is still greater than 1,000 square feet, and it's already there. Are you going to, is the mandate that unless it's accessible, it'll have to quarantine, like I guess make it only 1,000 feet?
Yeah, I mean, there's so many scenarios you can think of, right? And it's a lot of it's going to be case by case and looking at the permit, and so in that case, we would look at a permit coming in that space, in order for it to be considered sort of a legal ADU, we would look at the square footage of that space and make sure it stays under the 1,200 or the 1,000 or whatever it is, depending on the type of unit.
And so I hate doing this, like, to get this deep to your point in the weeds, but to clarify the legal ADU, let's say somebody isn't wanting to rent it, they're using it as a caregiver space in their home, and they want to just have their entire lower level so that that's where that person could live, and it was greater than 1,000 square feet. Like, will there be enough leeway to allow for that as we have more and more residents who are choosing to age in place? I wouldn't want this to be something that was a deterrent or restriction from them being able to do that.
Yeah, for sure. We see the value in that, certainly, and want to be as flexible as we can, but with some parameters around maximum size. I mean, we see scenarios like that. We envision them, a lot of buildings coming in and out of being considered an ADU, for example. We see people coming and saying, we want this unit to be rented out. They file a permit to like build, separate the space, have a more self-contained unit. And then if things evolve over time, maybe they remove that barrier or that wall, or they repurpose it to be something less than an ADU where they're not renting it out, where a caregiver could live in there. I think it'll be very case by case.
Okay, but we will, so your idea, though, would be that we could still retain the flexibility to allow for those occasions, like in the Old Town circle, because I can think of a lot of reasons in Old Town for us to make exceptions and changes. The other question I had for you were talking about not allowing ADUs in the front. We'll use your example of the 75-foot setback. What if it's an attached ADU? Because you see a lot of new construction that's specifically being built with a separate garage and like an in-law suite or ADU, and it's actually coming out from like the front of the house, but it looks just like the part of the house. You wouldn't know it. It's not detached. It's attached fully. Separate entrance. Would that be allowed even though technically it's in the front?
It's a fair point. I think
Yeah, I would say that would be allowed because the garage sets the front of the house. So as long as it's not cantilevered out past the garage and an attached garage.
No, I'm thinking it probably would. It could, like, as if you have a whole house and somebody wants to then extend to the front and create that, like, extend a front room, let's say, close it off, make that the whole ADU, add 500 or 600 square feet, a one-bedroom, and have a full ADU like that.
Oh, I see. So it would be on the ground, not above the garage.
Correct.
Sorry, I
Yeah.
misunderstood
In front
your
of the house,
question.
on the ground, first level.
Yeah, it's a fair point, and with the intent of these being subordinate, that would not be allowed to encroach into so the way it's proposed is the ADU has to be behind the front of the building.
Okay.
But we would be, I mean, that's another thing where we have openness as staff to re-looking at that or evaluating that, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
It's a good,
Thank you.
it's fair.
Thanks. Yes, Councilmember Kupperman.
Okay. A few questions. One, what counts as an excess parking space?
It's a good question. So each dwelling unit in Louisville has to have 2 parking spaces designated to it. So typically, think of a 2-car garage and 2 spaces in a driveway. So most have more than they need. So in the scenario in that scenario, you would have excess parking. You would have 2 excess parking spaces. And so the ADU could essentially like grab one of those and use it per the rules, if that makes sense.
Okay,
Yeah.
yep. And then thinking about ADUs for multifamily units possibly, I'm just wondering about like ownership of the land. Like, are there cases where you might own your townhome, say, but there would be restrictions on whether or not you'd be allowed to like use land adjacent to your townhome to build an ADU, or I don't know.
It's a good question. I'm not sure how we would address that. I mean, that's an example of if we were to have that type of, we would want to flesh that out and make sure it's addressed, but I'm not exactly sure how that would work.
I would say some of our recent row homes that have been built have been subdivided into fee simple lots, and they do have some land under their ownership. If that's what ends up in this ordinance and they can meet the design parameters, then yes, they could do that. Where there's common ownership, then I think it's very unlikely they'd be building ADUs, but we'd probably have to get some permission. We'd have to figure out how that permission happens with the building permit. I'm not sure how that would work.
Okay. Another little question, do we have any requirements about like walkway access to an ADU from the sidewalk or anything like that?
Not in the ordinance, and nor can we. It basically, yeah, per state law. So we basically can't have anything, if that was a standard for the main house, we could apply it to the ADU, the way the law reads. You can't, yeah,
Right.
Does that make sense? Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. And then there are 2 things I want to make sure I'm understanding correctly. So for the 200 square foot bonus for historic preservation, so the idea is that someone has a historic home already, and then they want to build an ADU on their lot. Is that correct? And we're giving them 200 extra square feet? Is that?
Yeah, it's part of kind of an overarching policy to incentivize landmarking, right? So if we allow more flexibility, more square footage, more likely to preserve it.
Okay, so the idea would be their home is not landmarked yet, but we're giving them an incentive to retain the historic home, possibly landmark it at some further date, by giving them the ability to build a larger ADU. That's the idea.
It would, I believe the way it's written, it would need to be landmarked in order to get that bonus. So you could like sequence it back to back in one hearing if you wanted, for example, but technically it would need to be landmarked first.
Okay, I think that helps. I thought I had, oh yeah, and then let me also see if I'm understanding the impact on the inclusionary housing. So let's say we have a new development that comes in and they're going to build, 100 units, and half of those are actually going to be ADUs. So what would they, under our current inclusionary housing ordinance, what would they be required to set aside?
So in that case, the way it's written, so the scenario is 100 units total, 50 of them are ADUs, so each single family has an ADU to itself, yeah, something like that. So the way it's written, you would only have to set aside 12% of the 50 of the single family units. So that's an intent to provide flexibility within that, in addition to recognizing they're different units, ADUs. Does that make sense? Yeah, yeah.
So they wouldn't have to say, have half of the, or 12% of the 50 ADUs be affordable ADUs, and 12% of the regular homes be affordable. That's not what would be required.
Yeah, you would have, the requirement would be if you were to build them on site, 12% of the 50 or 12% fee in lieu at council's description of the 50, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Anyone else? Okay. We'll take some comment, but I want to start with a couple of things. Thank you very much. This has been a long sled. And I appreciate all the work that's gotten into it and all of the, I mean, it's been years of preparation for tonight. For those of you who don't know the kind of sordid legislative history, this is part of a fairly substantial effort by the state legislature to, depending on how you view it, encroach on the prerogatives of local zoning, or to start to make certain kinds of changes that communities are just having a very, very hard time making in order to create more housing. I want to just say before we get going with public comment, we're not going to be discussing the advisability of this as a policy choice. That decision has been made. It doesn't mean you can't say anything if you don't want to, but we're not going to be talking about, gee, ADUs are bad and we don't want to have them in here. That's not what we can do. What we've done, and staff has really led us through this, is to try to help us within the bounds of the law to understand what we can't do. There's still questions, as you can understand. There's still some applicability. I have a feeling somewhere down the line, we may see some, modifications to the ordinance, whatever gets passed, and that's okay. We're also not, Mayor Pro Tem mentioned short-term rentals for just a moment on another point, but we're not going to be talking about short-term rentals tonight. I know that there may be some interest in discussing that, but that's not going to be on the table. The other thing I would say is that just in the way we do things, ordinances get 2 rounds of public comment. So you can speak once, and then we're going to have some discussion. You can speak again if you have additional points to make. But that's a sort of additional public participation part of the process. When we're dealing with just resolutions, you get 1 chance to do public comment. So again, 3 minutes is the amount of time that you get. Come up to the podium. Well, first, fill out a card outside of the chambers and give it to the clerk at the end of the dais here. And when she calls your name, come up and say your name and what community you're from. You can have up to 3 minutes. You needn't speak for 3 minutes if you don't have that to say. If you want to pool your time with someone else or multiple people, you can do that as long as they're either here or online and agree to that. You can have up to 6 minutes. Again, you don't have to take it the whole time on that. We ask your assistance in not booing or cheering or making other comments, just because it's really hard for people, I think, who are wondering whether they're going to make comments or not, to actually stand up and do it when they're a little worried about the audience reaction. So I just ask for some assistance there. And it looks like we have at least 1 person online. Do we have other public comment?
We do. First up is Eric Ellis, followed by Peter Stewart.
Good evening. My name's Eric Ellis. I reside in Lafayette, and I'm an architect, and I have office space here in Louisville. Myself and some other architects here are going to talk about kind of a letter that we provided to City Council suggesting some changes to the municipal code as it relates to the ADUs. I'd like to talk a little bit, obviously you guys have asked questions about how to apply this code to a myriad of situations, and that's exactly what we try to do when we're looking at this code and all the different circumstances that might come up. With that, we'd like to encourage some revisions to the proposed code to kind of apply more to the aspirational standards that are provided within the House Bill 241152. And I'd like to talk a little bit about those aspirational standards that were provided within that state law and how we might change our municipal code to better reflect those standards. Obviously, there's a housing study that was done in Louisville that identified needs for alternate housing types, various sizes and costs for housing types, and ADUs are a great tool to try to address this. Real estate costs in Boulder County throughout Colorado have skyrocketed over the last 10 years, which has really created an unsustainable gap between the housing costs and the lagging increases in salaries. I think that the staff report identified that they anticipate about 10 ADUs to be for building permits for 10 ADUs within the next year. That seems, I think we have 9,000 homes within Louisville, or that seems a relatively very small impact if we're applying very strictly to the municipal code that's been proposed. The aspirational standards that were identified, the accessory dwelling units offer a way to provide compact, relatively affordable housing in established neighborhoods with minimal impacts to infrastructure and supply new housing opportunities without added dispersed low-density housing. I think this obviously talks about utilizing the existing infrastructure. I think we're not talking about tap fees here today, but that is obviously a response to new sewer and water taps, which can really impede new accessory dwelling units, and I think we should definitely think about how, and then we talk about fixture counts and how big a size tap would feed how many different fixtures, and if it's not necessary, then I really would like to encourage City Council to readdress tap fee requirements. And my time's up. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric.
Next up is Peter Stewart, followed by Andy Johnson.
Good evening, Peter Stewart, 1132 Jefferson Avenue. And yeah, I'm an architect and one of the signers of the letter that we sent to staff. And staff, thank you very much for analyzing that and providing that slide. I think that really cues it up pretty well for me. I guess from my own perspective, what's really important to me is that the code be fair and equitable for all single-family properties. The proposed draft is not. It favors large homes and large lots and erects barriers for smaller homes and smaller lots. And so I'll try to go through these kind of quick. I think, the first thing to kind of remedy that equity issue is to remove to have that FAR, the first 500 square feet not apply to FAR and lot coverage. And then this is kind of a sliding scale depending on how big your lot is. I mean, on a really big lot, that's maybe a couple of percentage bump in lot coverage. On a medium-sized lot, that might be 6 to 7%. On a really small lot, that might be 10%. But it seems kind of equitably applied depending on how big your lot is. And then there was the issue of the percentage of the principal to the ADU. Again, if you got a really big house and you want to carve out 1,000 square feet for an ADU, that's no problem. But if you don't, then it is a problem. If you think about if it's a ranch house and you got 1,000 square feet on the main floor and 1,000 square feet basement, and you want to do an ADU in the basement, why not? It would be maybe slightly smaller to just be a smaller, but it wouldn't have to meet that percentage. Now, I know there's a concern about these things being, a backdoor to duplexes, but there is a limit on the size of the ADUs, so I don't see anything wrong with 2 small units, meaning 1,000 square feet or less for each. I think that's better than having one big unit and a small unit. Building heights, for the detached, I think the 25-foot across all zone districts makes sense, because that's the height you kind of need to get a second floor above, say, above a garage or even a 2-story. The townhome duplexes, it's kind of the same thing. I mean, if you got a townhome or a duplex that has a basement, and each of them have a basement, it's on one property, what's wrong with having an ADUA in the basement of each one? So I didn't get through all my points, but hopefully Andy will pick up where I left off. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter.
Next up is Andy Johnson, followed by Eric Hartroff.
And Jenny, I'm pulling time with the online person. Michelle? Yeah. You guys get a double dose. I'm Andy Johnson, Louisville resident, Old Town resident, business owner of DAJ Design. I'm also one of the architects that signed the letter that you all received. If I have time, which I probably won't, I'll say a little bit about that. So obviously, ADUs, this is not a novel thing, right? We are passing this. We have a version that is going to be passed tonight, thank goodness. We are talking about strengthening and really meeting the goals of Louisville. Some of the things that Eric had pointed out earlier, but ultimately, there's a lot of concern about ADUs around density. This is not a density discussion. Yes, we're adding more square footage. Yes, potentially another family or other kind of additional residence to a single family lot could be added. But there are so many different uses for ADUs in this particular application that this is really not a density discussion. This is low-hanging fruit. So just to add to what Peter was mentioning about the 500 square foot minimum allowable size, irregardless of FAR and lot. And that's a really important distinction. We did an analysis of some very key neighborhoods throughout Louisville and did kind of a survey of figure ground study looking at big lots, big homes, small lots, small homes, and kind of a varying degree. And we found that most of these homes outside of Old Town and in Old Town have limited capacity for ADUs. On the small end, we're kind of talking around 335 or 135, 150 allowable lot coverage left to do an ADU. On the bigger side, it's less than 800 square feet. And these are bigger lots. There are outliers, but ultimately what we would like to see is the ability for every lot to be able to do a 500 square foot ADU. And the reason why 500 is so important is that you can do a living space, a small bedroom, and a separate bathroom in 500 square feet. You cannot do that in less without it really impinging on the usability. We talked about ADUs in attached single-family housing. Typically, we're going to talk about these as townhouses. So this can happen in both detached and attached. Our summary specifically called out attached. We also sort of say that in another part, attached and detached opportunities for attached single-family housing. Just be thinking townhouses. The maximum height of 25 feet, that's a big deal. When you try to design within 20 feet, you get a very kind of tortured roof surface. It's very difficult. You start to lose a lot of square footage on that upper level with knee wall space and uninhabitable space. And it actually becomes really hard to meet building code. So we have our zoning, but the building code standards of having 50% or more habitable space over a certain height gets to be really difficult. And plus, outside of Old Town, most of our maximum heights are at 35 feet. You know, so we still have an insubordinate height structure outside of Old Town. A couple things. So my list always grows as I hear the questions that come up. This may be a personal comment, but we have discussed it mildly. There's that 49% metric of distinguishing primary from ADU. We would like to see that grow to 75% if we are not going to eliminate it entirely. So just keep that in mind. We also believe that no maximum square footages should be, we should have no maximum square footages for fully subterranean ADUs. These have no yard and bulk impacts. They have no impact on what a neighborhood character would look like. Superior recently adopted something similar. I think that they may have maxed out at 1,200 square feet, but we believe no maximum for subterranean. We also mentioned that we would like to see the grace period date eliminated. We would like to retract that. We think the grace period is perfectly fine, and have had a really great explanation about that from staff. We think the exempt impact fees for ADUs up to 500 square feet is absolutely on point. And I'll reiterate what I mentioned in the Planning Commission meeting. Everything about the inclusionary housing component that ADUs contribute to that should be in our inclusionary housing ordinance. That really does not belong in this ordinance, because that could be a much longer discussion. Okay, so I have a little bit of time. I'd like to say a little bit about the 3 architects that I got to work with on this. We took this on as our own project. There's a lot of gray hair, so much gray hair, architectural gray hair in this town with this group. This is a really important group to listen to, and I've had a great honor to be able to be a part of this. And thank you for taking this seriously, and thank you, staff, for acknowledging our letter.
Thank you, Andy.
Eric Hartranft, Hartranft Associates, architect in town, part of this illustrious group. I sent you the letter. There's a lot of detail in our letter. A lot of work went into that letter, a lot of study. As Andy said, we looked at the impacts in a lot of different scenarios, and you guys have brought up some great points of other scenarios that really need to be looked at. I think Old Town has a lot of things that are very unique that we need to address separately from some of the other things in the ordinance. I think the tap fee issues is getting kicked a little bit down the road. Very important. I mean, I think if you just sort of look at this in terms of, we have a housing study. We talk about affordability, whether it's inclusionary housing or just, how do people afford to live in Louisville? And this encapsulates a lot of that discussion and solves a lot of problems. So you can either look at this as, boy, let's just meet the minimum state requirements, so we've checked that box, we're done with that, and maybe we'll get 10 ADUs a year, maybe not. Or you can say, let's incentivize this. Let's make it easy for people to do ADUs. Let's not put unnecessary fees. I mean, a tap fee for an ADU that's 500 square feet next to an 800 square foot home, and there's a 3,000 square foot home down the street, makes 0 sense. So let's look at this really logically on how we can make it easier and not how can we make it harder. Because I think it started out as really just sort of minimally checking the box, and I think right now we should be running full speed into how can we incentivize people to do these, because it's going to help with the problems that we've identified with housing in Louisville. So I'm going to give my time to pickleball, I guess. But so I contributed to the gray hair that he's talking about, as you can tell. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Eric.
Next up is Gary Dunlap.
I'm Gary Dunlap. I live in Louisville. I wanted to follow up. In the letter that these architects put together, they mentioned that there is an ordinance in place in Louisville that two dwellings cannot connect to the same line. I know you're not trying to address the tap fees in this meeting, but they're so related, you almost need to. The existing ordinance that they pointed out says that you can't connect two different dwellings to the same line. So that would mean that directly, challenges this. Getting into separate taps and meters and the like. A local manufacturer wrote a summary of ADUs in Colorado, and he said they were done a lot different ways. He said that Nederland, the tap fee at the time is $66,624, while in nearby Lyons, it's nothing because you can share the line. A lot of the ordinances that are done, say in California, where they have more experience with ADUs, you can share the line. So it really doesn't take any more water to have two units sharing the same water line. Probably a lot with an ADU probably uses less water since there isn't that much more grass to cover and irrigate. So while I know you're under a deadline to get this in place, I just don't think we can wait, 4 years to see what, or a longer period, or long period to see what the tap fees might be. Because high tap fees like $40,000 or something that's sort of a bullet to people doing an ADU if costs are that high. So that's mostly what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. Okay. We'll take it back to council for first round of our comments. Yes. Councilmember Heffernan.
Yeah, thanks. I just have try and be brief here. I think the staff proposal really checks the boxes of what we talked about on discussion direction back, I think, sometime in '24. I think it's sort of directionally exactly where we want to go. I also very much appreciate the letter we got from our esteemed panel of architects. And I found some of those proposals to be quite persuasive, and I just want to list off the ones that I personally would like to see included in our ordinance. First, and I think most importantly, is the 500 square foot ADU by right, regardless of your lot coverage and floor area ratio. I do think it's a sort of fairness type issue that if we're going to allow them on bigger lots, we should find a way to allow them on smaller lots as well. I am also moved for similar reasons by the 25-foot height allowance in all residential zones, rather than just limiting that to Old Town. I think that one is both sort of a fairness issue and it sounds like maybe a practical issue in terms of building code and that type of thing. I would like to see this extended to multifamily as well. I'm not sure I feel quite as strongly about that, but I think if they can pull it off, why not? And last but not least, I liked the sort of minor adjustment around porches that might extend into the setback, assuming that's something we allow for the main structure. I don't see why we wouldn't allow it for ADUs as well, and certainly on those sort of corner lots or unusual lots where maybe the ADU is facing a street or facing something where you'd want to have a porch. I don't see why we wouldn't want to do that. And then finally, just I do think it makes sense to bracket the tap fee conversation for now and save that for a later date when our Public Works Director is prepared to talk to us about it, because I think it's a complicated discussion. And although I want to be sensitive to making sure we're not putting up unnecessary barriers for ADUs, I also want to make sure we're collecting our whatever capital expense might be associated with the additional unit in terms of water and wastewater infrastructure. And I'm sure Director Coher will have plenty of comments for us on that. So those are my thoughts at this point.
Thank you, council member. Others? Yes. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, maybe it would be good if Kurt, if you wanted to, this isn't meant to be a question at this point, but if you could help just explain why the conversations have to be at separate times, or in your opinion, they should be at separate times, because they are certainly very related, and we could do a lot here with an ordinance, but then kind of it doesn't really matter if the tap fees make it unbuildable, you know? So why aren't we putting in this ordinance, say, a waiver on tap fees or reduction of tap fees? Why is that being put in a later conversation, just so we can understand the process?
Yeah, I think it is a complex topic, so we want to make sure when we do present it to you, you're getting all the right information, and it's going to be presented in a way that's digestible. We don't go down a lot of rabbit trails. Our current tap fee system does have flexibility in regard for multifamily type units, which historically ADUs have fallen in as a multifamily unit, and there is already flexibility in the existing tap fee system for a credit if multifamily units already have irrigation. So in this case, a primary residence would already have irrigation. So you might go from 60% of a full tap fee down to 45% of a full tap fee. So the question is, what are the details of an ADU, and what does that look like as far as usage on the system? And does it look differently enough than a 1 or 2 bedroom type apartment usage? And so we're just trying to do that math to see if there's other tap fee ratios or abilities to use kind of the existing capacity what the house may be. So we're just trying to get all the research in place. That's what we're in progress.
Great, appreciate it. Yeah, so, you know, I agree with most of what Councilmember Hefner said. You know, I think it's interesting the going from 49% to 75%. I was trying to think myself, like what a you know, getting rid of it entirely, or you know, something subordinate makes sense. So I think 75% is more reasonable. I would have been, you know, less than 100%, you know, would have been probably fine for me. The 25-foot roof, yeah, I think that makes sense. It's kind of like you can do a single story with a great roof line, but 2 stories is going to be hard to do. So if we're meaning to allow for 2 stories, 25 seems fair. Is interesting that subterranean, you know, the examples we put out there, like 1,000 square foot home with 1,000 square foot basement, 2,000 square foot, and you can't have the whole basement be an apartment, like, or an ADU, like, it just seems kind of odd. So it does seem like that's a good opportunity, but that would be maybe 100% of the, you know, of the building. So that's why even 75% feels a little strange in that setting. Or I'm living on the first floor and I want to rent out the upstairs, and it's the same footprint, and I can't rent out the entire upstairs. But again, that would be 100% of the current. So just trying to understand that a little bit, but I'm okay with those two pieces there. You know, I think again, we talked about with, we've heard with the 500-foot minimum allowing at least that, again, makes sense. I'm convinced by a lot of those same arguments that if I have a 3,000 square foot home, I can build a 1,000 square foot, you know, ADU, but if someone has a 1,000 that can't, like, why can't they build? And I think the idea being we want little buildings next to big buildings. So if you already have a little building, then this one has to be even tinier. But like that doesn't really make sense, right? For the people who are going to live in that house and the people that are building that house, it doesn't necessarily have to be relative, right? It's more about, you know, fitting in. And I think, you know, speaking to that whole idea, you know, where we have a history of being like a minor town with minor shacks moving around and having little houses on, you know, multiple houses on a lot. And I think, you know, that is more in keeping with our history, is to have multiple houses on a lot than it is to have one enormous house on a lot. So, you know, I kind of like all those things. I do appreciate the time and energy that, you know, came from, I feel like I'm in like the Spider-Verse. I actually thought you were all the same person, but now you're all in the room at the same time. I'm like, oh my God, they are 4 different people. Okay. But thank you all for coming and giving your expertise. And we get expertise like this in lots of different ways, but I appreciate both your input and staff's, you know, willingness and I think even excitement to take in a lot of that and bring it to us. So, you know, I don't know if there's another item, Mayor, to, you know, my only concern is it feels a little complicated. We have a lot of things that we're addressing. I think they're all pretty straightforward and have been presented, and we can probably give clear enough direction. I'm curious from, legal perspective and otherwise, if we're going to be able to draft something from the dais, or if we need to give enough of this direction to have it come back. And if that's the case, we're going to have a whole additional conversation if it's coming back on a very potentially different thing. But just trying to get our expectations of, like, we don't need to do an hour of nitpicking exactly what we want with everything. If it's all going to come back in a month anyway, I mean, the timing, it's got to come back soon. Right, so just trying to decide how much more to get into it, or how definitive to get about anything that we're going to end up having to discuss and vote on at a later date. So maybe some guidance either from you, Kathleen, or from the mayor.
I can certainly say we're not going to draft from the dais. And I think that's probably, the city attorney can breathe a sigh of relief on that. I guess there is a question, though, on some of these. I mean, we're proceeding a bit by, exception that, and we'll see, and there may be other exceptions to the current draft. But, do you have a preference as to how we can bring this to a, I don't want to go through a whole separate notice process if we don't have to. But do you have any thoughts for us?
Sure. So yes, I am happy to hear that you're not going to attempt to draft from the dais. As we've talked about before, when you're on second reading and you're amending the ordinance, it's important that you read into the record the precise amendments that you're making so that everybody understands what's being voted on. So that is an option. It just would be pretty laborious considering the scope of the discussion tonight. You do have an open public hearing on this ordinance. You could continue this public hearing to a future date certain. That would not require for you to republish notice of that public hearing, and give staff direction on changes to make to the ordinance to bring back, and then you reopen the public hearing and you finish your work that way. One question that came up is, if the extent of your proposed revisions, or how you would like to see the ordinance revised, is extensive, you may consider whether or not you want Planning Commission to weigh in further on this. That is really a judgment call up to you. They serve you in an advisory capacity, but I just want to throw that out there.
Thank you. Very, very useful suggestion. I think we can take a little bit more comment among us, or we can go to further comment from the public. My sense of it is that probably continuing the hearing at the end is going to be the better course. Maybe we can see kind of where things stand, and we can make a decision about whether we want to send it to Planning Commission or not, whether that's going to be necessary. But any further comments? How do people feel about that sort of course for right now?
I think that's an excellent step forward. I have a couple of questions. One is if it's possible to find out what surrounding communities have done regarding the tap fees. I know Lafayette has allowed ADUs for a long time. Do they charge for a second tap fee? It
So
might help us.
Yeah, and I think we'll bring that back with the discussion that Director Kohler is going to lead.
Okay.
We've done that research. We'll feed that into that discussion, if that's okay.
Right, thank you.
Other comments for right now? Yeah.
Thank you. So in addition to comments, I have two additional questions. Right now, the state law does not, and you mentioned this, it does not require owner occupancy. So if you have a house and an ADU, both are rentals, and we're talking percentages, if an owner wanted to live in the ADU and rent the house, how are we distinguishing? Is it the sole purpose of this to prevent saying it is a duplex? And each property is essentially equal? Is that where we came up with 49%?
So I think there's a couple of issues there. On the ownership issue, we can't require owner occupancy. So they can live in either unit. It is the limit on the size is a character question. I think these standards they're accessory dwelling units. They're not meant to be equal dwelling units. Conceptually, that's how they're supposed to be. So there are most cities, and in your packet, one of the attachments has a comparison of other cities, so you can actually see what size limits other cities have. If Manager Hurt wants to maybe let you know which attachment that is, if it's attachment 4 or something else. So you can see, so most cities have size limits, but they vary. And I don't think all cities have percentage size limits, but most of them will have a square footage limit, but a lot of them have percentage size limits as well. So there's no right or wrong answer to this. This is going to be a community preference on how they want this ordinance to play out within Louisville.
And with reference to the height, we were hearing from a group of people who design these all the time, 2 stories. Is 20 feet too limiting to try to accommodate 2 stories and have people stand and it's not just, like a tiny house loft?
Well, I think with certain roof pitches, probably. Okay. But outside of Old Town, you can vary your roof pitch. It will be more difficult. So I have no doubt that it will be more difficult to design a 2-story, but there's more flexibility outside of Old Town, and that played into staff's recommendations. So.
And this was still keeping with like a standard 8.5 or 9 foot first floor that could still be accomplished. We're not talking about old houses where we did 7.5 foot ceilings to be able to still be compliant. I'm not sure what the code requires for height of a first floor ceiling. So
I was just going to say, we certainly looked at, so currently 20 feet is the maximum height for an accessory building in Old Town, I believe. And so we've looked at, there have been ADU type buildings built with a second floor within that 20 feet, but to the architect's point, it's very limited. It's because of the slope. So you barely enough headroom to go down the middle kind of thing. So it's technically possible, but can't really get a bedroom up there, for example. But 25 feet gives the extra boost to
actually have real living space in this. Okay, thank you. That helped my question. So I guess my comments would be similar to my fellow council members. I agree. I think having it be equitable, 25 feet throughout the whole city so that everybody has an opportunity to do the 2 stories, especially if we're looking at people who may have some limited square footage. I also agree. I think the 500 square feet by right, that helps us with the percentage issues and allows for a 1-bed, 1-bath, which I think is probably going to be the minimum that people are going to want to do in a lot of cases. I can appreciate the need for the allowance of a porch into a space. My guess would be part of what we could do as an exception. It doesn't necessarily have to be the rule. And the multifamily, to me, this goes back to that subterranean piece of it. So especially in homes, maybe not new construction, but in homes that already have a basement, I don't think people should be limited on the square footage that they can actually finish into an ADU. I think if it's an existing, basement structure that somebody's trying to do, if somebody's building a new home and they have the opportunity to say, oh, I specifically want 1,000 square feet of my designed basement to be ADU and the rest is storage or mechanical or whatever, I think that might be a different circumstance. But I think subterranean absolutely should not have that requirement. I do, however, like the limitation that typically, with the exception of the 500 square feet by right, though, that we are making accessory dwellings accessory, I think, for the rest of the community. I think in a lot of single-family neighborhoods, outside of Old Town especially, residents will feel like undue stress in their community, in their neighborhood, in the feel of them, if we're allowing for really large ADU structures above ground. This is probably going to be for other discussion. I think if it's an attached ADU, it should be allowed in the front of a home, not a detached, but if it's an attached, like an addition that's being added on. The example I gave, we're extending like a front room to be accommodating as like a 1-bedroom ADU. Let's say you're going to have your in-laws move in or whatever it is. I think that should be something that we allow. And the only reason I wasn't thinking of just having it be an exception is so that people can plan for it, because that can be something expensive that they'll may want to get like a new mortgage and be prepared to have. It accommodates for a whole variety of different accessibility versus just like maybe a stranger rental type of thing. Thank you.
Councilmember Cooper.
Okay. Generally, I'm in agreement with my fellow council members. I wanted to just make two other comments. I have a little bit of concern about how the ordinance as written addresses or fits in with the inclusionary housing ordinance. Since we're going to update that in any case later in the year, I would be more comfortable addressing ADUs within that ordinance itself. Just to emphasize, my other comment was that I too would be in favor of considering allowing the ADUs to be in front. So, thank you.
Other comments? Yes, Councilmember Hamilton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be brief. My council members have touched on all of the points that I wanted to mention. I'm in agreement with their comments, and Councilmember Cooperman just brought up the inclusionary housing ordinance, which I was going to mention as well, and I will say I'm in support of detaching it from this and addressing it at a later date, because I do feel like we've been having some discussions around that, and it would be best to table that and attack it at a later discussion.
Okay, any other comments for right now? All right. Why don't, I guess my only comment for the moment is sort of editorial comment. I have occasion to talk with other mayors about their ADU ordinances and their experience. And generally speaking, not a lot of enthusiasm in most other communities in Colorado for these. I don't really know why that is. I think, probably down the road there may be some incentives that may increase the community's interest in that, but it's sort of as a empirical matter. I don't think the worries of some, there aren't that many, I haven't heard too many recently, that this is going to somehow overload the community with ADUs. To the extent people are worried about that is really going to be terribly likely. So for whatever that's worth. Let's take a second round of public comment if there's anybody who'd like to make additional comment. And I had a feeling that probably some of our architects might. Andy?
One small detail, if you want to provide this as a recommendation to staff, when we talk about ADU in the front or in the back, I think that a priority of having the ADU in the front or the rear in Old Town is appropriate because of our nuanced kind of urban fabric here. I think the recommendation by Councilmember Kern about attached allowed in the front is brilliant. I can tell you that with our current housing stock outside of Old Town, in its very suburban nature, built almost entirely up to the front setback in so many situations. It may be difficult to find that opportunity, but in new situations, it may be very well founded. So much more to talk about. We have a marked up ADU ordinance as a part of our letter. Our group of 4 would like to continue our involvement with this, and we would love to volunteer our time to be a stakeholder group to work with staff if staff is willing to continue to advise or receive our advice. So we offer that to staff, to you, and the community. So thank you.
Thank you, Andy. Any others? No? Okay. Then we'll come back to council for further comments. Yes, Councilmember Hamilton.
My final comment will be to express my gratitude to Eric, Andy, and Peter. How fortunate are we as a community to have a group of experts who come together and volunteer their own time to help us formulate the best policy possible. And I am so grateful for you four coming together to do that.
Other comments?
So my only question for council as far as direction to staff, some of the other ordinances, require the sort of same line. Like basically you can't get a second tap, like you have to tie into the current line, still do your, counts, whatever for, what's it called? What is it called? Faucets and stuff? Fixtures, fixture counts, right? Like to figure out if the line is still the right size line, but like that's in the ordinances, like that you must, like I was reading in Superiors and some others that like you have to tie into what's already there, and so I'm not trying to subvert the tap fee conversation, but like that's in a lot of these ordinances, and we're not going to have a discussion about putting that in this ordinance till there's more conversation. So I'm curious if, maybe it's questioning for staff if like, is the timing ripe for that all to kind of come back at the same time if we, because we're going to set a date certain. And so you might help us set a date certain that allows to have the water conversation with this ordinance? Or do you feel like, maybe staff, do you feel like we have to have this water conversation later than, what's the deadline, June 30th? So just trying to understand, like, can we have the water conversation in May? And if so, are we directing staff to bring that back in that conversation, or are we trying to deal with it at a later date?
I guess let me pitch that to Director Coer, but I think we would want to do it sooner rather than later. I mean, at least from my standpoint, it seems like the discussions, as several different people have said, are very tight. I think we can separate them as an analytical matter, but I think practically speaking, it should be a pretty close follow-on. But Director, what can you tell us?
Yeah, we'll be prepared to have a discussion in May, and that discussion is really going to be tuned in on like how much to charge if there's some change to be made, and what are the trade-offs around that. We sell ADUs now. We sell a tap fee for an ADU now. You can come in and you can pay 0.45 or 0.6, depending on what's going on, and you can put in an ADU. People have already done this. They've paid the tap fee and they've put these things in. They're generally above garages. And we try to look at what are the fixtures that are being placed in there that make it livable or not. And so we do this now. So there's no holdup to put in an ADU per our perspective. But there can be some clarifications that are done. But there's no holdup. And this is really around, I think, pricing challenges and what that may look like.
Let me kind of try to summarize what I think I'm hearing here. Generally, I think seems like there's a consensus as a very general matter on the language of the current draft ordinance with a few exceptions. I agree, by the way, I didn't say it with Council Member Hefner. Maybe I won't throw in one comment, which is to say, the only concern I have about the subterranean piece is I know we can't think about parking. I know we're not supposed to be really discussing parking, right? But part of the reason for the limits on size is not, I mean, it's not just the internal configuration, but it seems to me that there aren't many places where we have a lot of room. It may be a great thing to allow subterranean lots to do, a larger area for an ADU, but it's going to have more of an impact. So if we're comfortable, because you could fit a bigger family in there, you could. I mean, I don't know that that would drive our discussion, but that's one of the reasons for establishing a limit that is there. If people are comfortable with that, I think I'm fine with that. I just want to point it out. Okay. All right. The suggestions, and I'll let folks correct me if I'm wrong, is that a 500 square foot by right ADU is something I think that we want to have regardless of the size of the main dwelling, 25-foot height allowance, extend this to multifamily. And I think I have adjustment of porches into the setback. Probably there's a better way of putting that. And then, unless somebody has otherwise concerns about that, it sounded like we had some consensus around permitting ADUs larger than the limit if they were subterranean. And again, we can probably get more specific as long as staff understands what we're generally driving at. I think that's the most important thing. Are there other exceptions that I am? Oh, there's a, is the Planning Commission's recommendation reflected in the draft? Okay, I thought it was,
Yeah.
but yes, Councilmember Hefner.
Yeah, I had a couple others, I think, from the discussion. One was, I think the Mayor Pro Tem suggested a 75% limit rather than the 49%, and the other was the in front of the house suggestion. And I think I heard attached, and then I think I also heard maybe for attached and detached from somebody else is what I have here, so.
Why don't we take the 75%? It's like general consensus, not necessarily, pardon me?
I think for some circumstances, it feels like a lot. So if you have let's say you have a 2,000 square foot home right now, you're limiting it to 5. So yeah, maybe split the difference and say, like, and I know we're splitting hairs, but just to be able to go to 75% of the house as the ADU seems like a lot when it's going to be a detached to me. That seems like a pretty large building next door that gets added in. I think that's where the 50%, yeah.
Clarification, which maybe is helpful. So there's two limiting factors. For a detached, there's an 800 square foot or 49%. So you're limited to 800 no matter what. So if we bump that up to 75%, you're still limited to 800. It's just for the smaller houses, you get a larger proportion, if that helps clarify that. So if you had a 2,000 square foot house.
Yeah, you still can only do 800 and 1,000.
You can only do 800 square feet for a detached, even though we allow up to 49% or 75%. You can still only do 800 for a detached.
Okay. Does that actually seem too small? I mean, I don't know.
I think 800 is pretty good for us, or accessory.
Okay. All right, I'm good. I'm good with leaving it then. I mean, if we're going to have the limitations or make it a larger percentage, but since the maximums are going to be there, it kind of won't feel. Because I like the conversation around Old Town and having some of these cute houses that are, especially if they're going to be historic homes, to be able to still put something in that people can live in.
Yeah.
Okay. I think
Rob had an additional comment.
Yeah. When the time's right, I have 3 clarifying questions on the direction.
Okay.
So.
I think the next one that you mentioned was the front, like the extension. Yeah, and you articulated that pretty well. In fact, I heard that it was brilliant. I think that was the word that was used to describe it. So I am not going to try to summarize
I'll
that.
take it. So yeah, just it's essentially an addition. So it is an attached, front addition onto a home that would be an ADU. That should be allowed to exceed the front of the current house, as long as it's not exceeding the setbacks. I think we should allow that still.
We have a thumbs up for that one, or any clarification? I'm fine with that.
I would include detached as well, but I'm not going to die on that hill.
I like the idea of the detached on a case by case, because I agree with some of the Old Town features where you might retain a small historic home as the ADU and build like a larger full-size home behind. Does that make sense? Like if you had an 800 square foot miner's cabin, you make that the ADU while you're building a brand new home, which becomes the full-size house, not the ADU behind it. So now technically your ADU is in the front. That's where I like it as an exception for Old Town.
I agree with that example. I think that's, the idea being that you have two units, one is subordinate to the other, but so we're preserving the old house and building the new one. And just the example you just gave, so I won't reiterate it too much. The other question I have is there are rules and then there are exceptions, right? So in this ordinance, is there an ability for someone to come through and I see your rules, and I'm asking for an exception because look at my situation, look at my house, look at things. So I know by right, I can't do this, but given my situation, can I, with permission from council or staff? So there's use by right versus exception. And so do we need in the ordinance to spell out exactly what the exceptions are? Or can someone, apply for an exception based on their circumstance?
It's got to be administratively approved, I think. So
Right.
It's going to be staff.
Yeah, so I think if I could summarize maybe what I'm hearing is that in Old Town, it could be attached or detached in front of the house. Outside of Old Town, it has to be attached to be in front of the house and still meet the front setback.
Sure, I would still go everywhere within front, but that's just me. I don't think people are going to, most of the setbacks are so big, there's not an opportunity to.
And I had two other clarifying questions, but I think we have all the points down, and if Manager Hurt has more questions. But.
There is one more, which is let's move the inclusionary issue to the IHO.
Sorry.
Are you ready for the, yeah.
Yeah.
So porches in the setback, right now that's only allowed in our Old Town overlay. That's not allowed in other parts of the city. So I think, I just want to clarify if you want to allow porches throughout the city in the setback or just in Old Town to match the primary allowance, the primary house allowance.
My vote's for Old Town, and let it be an exception everywhere in town if somebody really wants to do that.
But I'm still not, Rob, can you explain this exception thing?
I'm not sure what the exception
Sorry,
thing
I know
is.
you're not the one who just said it.
So in Old Town, there's a setback for houses, and then porches could go even further into the setback if you have a porch in certain parts. I think the request, unless I'm mistaken, is that in Old Town, an ADU could match that requirement, but I don't think it makes sense or there's a proposal to do that outside of Old Town throughout the whole city.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that what you just said? I heard you say something different.
No, I thought it should be in Old Town, because Old Town has this requirement already. Most other parts of the town do not allow for porches to go into the setback, and I don't think that we should make an exception for ADUs in the rest of the city. Leave it where it is currently with Old Town, so it maintains that same character. I don't think that we should restrict that. I think in the rest of the community where they don't allow it, we should continue to restrict it and not allow the porches in the setbacks.
Great.
Okay.
I hate porches anyway. No, I don't. I think the rest of Louisville should get to have porches, but that's just me.
And then my last clarifying question was for single-family attached, so those are duplexes, triplexes, townhomes. Do you want to allow both attached and detached ADUs for those?
Yes.
Okay. And then I want to see if Manager Hertz, okay.
Those are the same questions I had. I did want to clarify oh, sorry, go ahead. The 500 square feet, just to clarify, is for the lot coverage and floor area ratio as proposed by the architects. You're not talking about the actual size of the ADU. That's just the allowed encroachment into the.
Right, you get 500 square feet extra. So if my lot coverage is exactly what it's allowed to be right now, but I want an ADU, I could have a 500 square foot ADU, no problem.
Okay, that's
and so that I could encroach on my lot coverage by 500 square feet. That's how I understood that.
Yeah, that's my understanding. Yeah, Councilmember.
How does this work with HOAs? So they won't be allowed to supersede what we're putting through. So this will apply in all throughout the city, just as a clarifying point to everybody.
Well, certainly we don't enforce HOA regulations, but it is HOAs are specifically precluded in the state law from being more stringent than the state law. Yeah.
Okay, just making sure. Thank you.
Just looking around. Do you, before I sort of finish this up, do you have? Sure.
Okay, you said that HOAs aren't allowed to make anything more restrictive than a state law. What about more restrictive than a municipal law?
I believe they can. Yeah,
It can?
they can.
Can what?
So oh, go ahead, please, yeah.
I was just going to say, generally speaking, an HOA cannot permit something that the city restricts. An HOA can be more restrictive than the city. So, but they can't be more restrictive than state law. State law has sort of told us all what the minimum and maximum sizes between, I think it's 500 and 700 square foot ADUs must be allowed. And so HOAs are not going to be able to prohibit them. And Jeff's right, we don't obviously enforce HOA regulations.
But the HOA can restrict like lot coverage and coming up to the sidewalk and things like that.
I am not aware that HOAs are doing that. And, I'll tell you that going beyond telling you that generally speaking, HOAs cannot prohibit something that the city allows, cannot be more restrictive, is really, without looking exactly what the HOA is trying to do, I don't really feel comfortable telling you yes or no, an HOA can do that. The state has given us the baseline for ADUs and their allowance throughout residential zone districts.
I'm just asking because I know that HOAs can require a certain house color. So can they do things that we don't require?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. How that applies in the ADU context, I think that that's a more nuanced conversation.
Okay.
I guess.
Thank you.
A better way for me to put that.
Okay.
All right, what I will say is, I think, do we have direction that is comfortable with the staff? Okay. I think I'm going to move to continue this hearing pending some revisions by staff to one of two dates, May 6th or May 20th. And I guess I'd like to get, those are the dates that I've just checked with Ginny that may be available. The question is which, from a staff standpoint, which is better or worse?
So if we have a 30-day, thinking of the state deadline, we have a 30-day effective date. So May 20th would be really close, obviously, but it would give us a little bit more time to fully vet and analyze and produce language that more, but I think we could do either. And it's also a tap fee timing question that puts more, if we're going to tie those things together.
Which we were going to try to time.
Yeah, yeah.
Is that, are we, how about the city manager?
I will say, based upon the discussion tonight, that as much direction as council provided, thank you very much. We appreciate that. But as we redraft this and bring this forward, I'm sure there's going to be additional questions that come up within the time frame and when we bring another draft forward. And so just the concern of May 20th with a 30-day implementation date, it doesn't necessarily give you the opportunity to make changes and then bring it back again. So just council would have to commit that you proceed with something on May 20th, or you would have to schedule a special council meeting prior to the time that would be required for the adoption date. And so May 6th, though, is problematic because really that's having a draft done by middle of next week.
Yeah, I'm going to suggest May 20th, and if council isn't going to reach a decision on May 20th, or there's some unforeseen problem, that we agree just among us that we'll have a special meeting.
And then in addition to that, the tap fee discussion, as you know, this is my third week here. And I wanted to meet with Public Works and Community Services to discuss the tap fees because that raises a lot of questions. What do you do with current ADUs that are non-conforming? How are we going to address those? How are we going to address, there's two differing methodologies on how we're going to address ADUs, so internally we need to get on the same page in terms of the proposal. The timing of that, we may need to bring forward at the May 6th meeting just because there could be additional discussion where that needs to be revised and then be brought back on May 20th. And so that may need to be separated from the discussion related to the revision to the ADU ordinance.
Fair enough. Fair enough. All right, so let me articulate the motion again. Is I would like to move to continue this hearing concerning ordinance number 1892, series 2025, and ordinance amending Title 17 and Title 3 of the Louisville Municipal Code concerning the regulation of accessory dwelling units in the city of Louisville, second reading to May 20th at 6 p.m. And do we have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Okay, I think we need a roll call on that. Do we need a roll call on that? Okay, let's do a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, good. All right, it is 8:35, and I want to say first, thank everybody for the patience that they've shown. I think we're going to take 5-minute break, and then we're going to come back and we're going to do pickleball and inline skating. All right? Thank you. All right, we are back in hearing. Before we get going, I just want to do a time check. We've got, after the pickleball discussion, we have the matter of the ordinance to modify the definition of family. We've got an ordinance authorizing the loan. Those are both second readings, and we've got an award of a contract. I think the award of the contract we really need to do tonight, I think. And I think we can do the authorization of the loan fairly quickly is my bet. The only question is whether, I don't know whether there's any time pressure on the definition of family doing that tonight, and whether council, I'm fine staying till the, last dog dies, but I'm not sure that's a bad thing to say. I apologize for that.
So through the mayor, with the award of contract, we do have the consultant here tonight?
Pardon me?
With the award of contract, we do have the consultant here tonight?
Yeah, I think that's another good reason for doing it. Shall we? Yeah, go ahead.
I'll just say, I don't have any substantial discussion on any of those items. And other than if we hear a really compelling public comment, I think we can dispense with them quite quickly.
Yeah.
From my perspective.
I think we can power through it. All right. So let's do that. And we are next up for discussion, direction, action, conversion of the inline skating rink to pickleball courts, 2025, capital improvement project. You got a staff presentation.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, members of the public. Thank you for your patience tonight. Those online waiting to comment, thank you for your patience as well. My name is Adam Blackmore. I'm the Director of Parks, Recreation, Open Space, and Golf for the City of Louisville. And I'm here tonight at the request from Council's March 18th meeting to bring this particular capital project in front of you this evening for discussion and direction as it relates to the conversion of the inline skating rink to pickleball courts as a component of our 2025 capital improvement plan. I'll provide you with some history of the project itself, as well as a status update of where the project currently sits. With me tonight also is Project Manager Brian Weber, who may have some comments in response to some of your questions this evening. And I put our new city manager on the front slide because she's new and she's my boss, and I want her to feel valued. So just a little bit of background. So some may or may not know that we do have a guiding adopted document for the Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Department. It was adopted in 2012. And as a component of that document, it's kind of a guiding planning effort. It's about as far back as we can find mention of the pickleball topic and inclusion in the offerings for the outdoor recreation amenities in Louisville. As you can see there was also a mention of, as early as 2012, which was 9 years after the completion of construction of the inline rink, that it was already, per the feedback from the community and the observations of the consultants at the time, an underutilized facility. And so there's mention here of prospective conversion uses for that particular site. Pickleball, I'll skip to the third bullet before the second bullet. Pickleball is a popular topic throughout the country. It's no different in the city of Louisville. It's a constant. I've been here about 2.5 years now with the city. It's been a constant request to me as a need for our community, as a desire to our recreation advisory boards, to elected officials, and through the budget process it's typically brought up. So that's kind of where it's constantly on the radar, if you will, over the past few budget cycles as what can we do, what could we consider that would allow this incredibly popular and growing sport into our community in a dedicated fashion. In 2024, the City Council work plan had the tennis and pickleball courts and as well as multi-surface field or multi-use fields adopt it as a medium priority. That came along with the request from City Council at the time to consider how we could incorporate future growth of those amenities into our capital improvement planning process, which you saw through the 25-26 request. There was a substantial number of pickleball, tennis, and multi-use field component projects that were put forward. Not many of them, or at least not all of them, made the cut for this round of funding for these 2 years. Some were moved into out years, and some were placed onto an unfunded project list for future consideration or future submission by staff. So, in 2024, one of the charges to the Recreation Advisory Board, pending that background that I just submitted as well, was to consider where and how we could grow outdoor recreation amenities in Louisville. So one of the projects, this project was put forward in its current form to the Recreation Advisory Board as part of their initial budget deliberations. And during that discussion, this rose to the level of a high priority, and in collaboration with our Parks and Public Landscaping Advisory Board Outdoor Recreation Amenities Subcommittee, say that 5 times fast, they submitted a memo to City Council dated August 20th, 2024, reiterating their support of this conversion project as a high priority. In November, after three budget meetings on the topic, where this was included as a part of the capital improvement plan, the City Council approved $200,000 for the conversion of the existing inline rink to dedicated pickleball courts. Those costs are split between the Capital Projects Fund and the Recreation Fund. In addition to, just as a reiterative message, this proposed project in its current form was included in multiple 2024 public meeting packets for the Recreation Advisory Board, the Finance Committee, and multiple City Council meetings, as well as the February 2025 Recreation Advisory Board meeting, where the 5-court design that you see in your packet this evening and was messaged out after approval of the Recreation Advisory Board via our social media channels, which elicited a lot of the comments and feedback that we've received over the past couple of months, where that was recommended. As it relates to pickleball courts in Louisville, currently there are no dedicated public pickleball courts offered by the city of Louisville. There are temporary outdoor courts located on this inline hockey rink that we're discussing this evening. Those 5 courts, striping for the 5 courts were added in 2019. These allow for drop-in use within the park or scheduled hours, but again, they are played on concrete and they are played on pop-up nets. They are not dedicated or permanent pickleball infrastructure. And temporary indoor courts in 2014 and 2015 at the Recreation and Senior Center basketball gym floor, we put down striping for 3 courts, which during the time that those are scheduled throughout the week, they're incredibly popular and busy with lots of demand and waiting for courts if you go by, and trying to keep the inline or trying to keep the drop-in basketball players from pushing them out most of the time. The current proposal, again, is reviewed by the Rec Advisory Board in February of 2025. This would be to decommission the rink from inline hockey play. It would be to add colored surfacing and striping for 5 courts, install perimeter fencing for each of those individual courts. It would keep the balls in the area that they're being played, but provide benches and shade amenities if budget allows. It's important to, and I'll touch on number 2 of the next step, it's really important to understand that the allocated funds that were approved as to the 2025 budget are preliminary. And they are a best guess based on construction estimates and the expertise of our project manager here, but we have not finalized a scope of work. We have not finalized what our design can actually afford to provide as it relates to what you see on the screen here. So I just want to be clear that we are incredibly preliminary in this process, and it would require us going out to bid after a finalizing of the scope of work. We're also working, we had heard loud and clear, and as a component of our own due diligence for this project, we were able to ascertain the services of a pickleball acoustics consultant, which is a thing, and at a relatively modest price in comparison to the allocated funds for the project. And we expect the results from that study to kind of reinforce whether or not we would need to adjust the scope of work specifically as it relates to fencing and noise control as a component of our bidding process. The reasons for the site, there's some that are fiscal in addition to the aforementioned references to an underutilized facility or the potential for a convertible facility. The current setup as post-tension concrete, which is very pricey. As you can see, the new construction, if we were to do a similar sized project somewhere else in the community or starting from scratch, which I'll get into some challenges with even finding another spot in the community in a second, is anywhere from 2.5 to 3.5 times more expensive. Again, that price depends on if you're including restrooms or additional site features like parking and that kind of thing. So if you do the math, if there is a desire to have dedicated pickleball courts in the community and this conversion project would not be something that you'd like to move forward with, we'd be coming back to you with an ask of at least double, if not triple, what we're asking for this particular project to cost. In addition to that, this project was proposing to remove a lot of the dilapidated infrastructure of the existing rink, namely fencing, dasher boards, expansion joint issues in the concrete, and some other things. If we elect not to move forward with this particular project, those infrastructure needs would still be present from a safety perspective, an aesthetics perspective, a usability perspective for the people using the rink. And so we would have to come back, and we would plan to come back sooner than later in a budget cycle with a request to bring the rink up to a higher quality of standard and a higher safety level. Due to noise impacts, outdoor courts are trending to a standard distance from private residences across the board. The amount of distance that is, it varies, but again, to reiterate the kind of the draw, if you will, for this specific site is using 300 feet from residences as a minimum for the analysis. This proposed conversion location is the exception to the rule with the majority of our city park space that we currently have available. That a minimum, the current proposed is 400 feet from the nearest residence. As you can see there, the majority of our city-owned parks and properties are within 300 feet of existing homes. If we go down the road of looking for an alternative location, we would need to take that into account as well. We currently don't have an ordinance or a municipal code guiding pickleball distances, but that is becoming more and more popular in other municipalities in the region especially. Namely Denver and Lakewood recently went down that road. So just at a higher level, just the rink conversion pros, just for you to chew on. Again, it's the repurposing of a low-scoring amenity from the 2012 master plan, as well as a low-scoring amenity and priority from the level of service analysis and resident surveys. The rink site offers among the largest physical distance to homes for noise buffering. It's the shortest completion time frame to meet that user demand. Again, we've been receiving these requests for longer than I've been around in Louisville. And with having the post-tension in place, we anticipate 2025 construction completion. It also offers the most cost-effective method for construction of dedicated pickleball infrastructure as requested, again, by the community. The cons that we have heard, especially lately, the community concerns have been received by us, by the Rec Advisory Board, by City Council at the referenced March meeting, which obviously staff really appreciates the input and the desire to contribute to this process. There is a belief that detrimental noise impacts are inevitable. Again, that is a subjective comment. That's a subjective concern. But again, I think we're trying to do due diligence to head some of that off by being able to relay the results of the potential decibel levels at the nearby residences as a result of this conversion. Again, we've heard multiple desires to retain the concrete space for its multi-use functionality for purposes other than inline hockey for a large number of our comments. Examples that have been mentioned, observed, or received thus far include recreational roller skating, skateboarding, bike riding, ball throwing, and off-leash dog exercise. Another con would be that it would decommission the inline hockey capabilities of the site. Sorry for the small font, but here are some options for you. Just to consider, we're putting it out there. Sorry if it's too many options, but just my understanding of kind of why we're here this evening and the direction that the city manager and I would like to receive from city council this evening. And the 5 that I have on there for you to consider, as well as any others that are brought forward through public comment or through your own volition, would be to proceed with the project as recommended and finalize the scope of work and advertise a request for proposal bidding opportunity later in 2025. While we were doing that, we would consider evaluating alternative sites for the stick and puck training that's very popular with the current hockey nets for those that use the rink. We would consider finding an alternative location through our current park system or incorporating that into a future planning effort. You could recommend that we eliminate the project from this year's capital improvement plan, no modifications to the rink, in which case we would then take back the work on a future request for rink maintenance improvements. We could redesign the project scope to reduce the number of dedicated pickleball courts and maintain portions of the rink for hockey or multi-use functions with clearly defined space and surfacing for each activity. That bullet comes with a host of caveats or asterisks. How do you say that? Asterisks? Yeah. It comes with some notes that, we do run the risk in that scenario of not making anybody happy. We also run the risk of not knowing exactly how many courts we can get in under that option. Again, with the post-tension concrete, it would really be based on the ability of where we could put fencing, where it would be receptive for that type of a construction, as well as working with the vendor on how we would stop and start dasher removal and where the new surfacing would stop going into the existing concrete would stay, what that would come with as far as future maintenance requests for the half that we leave for multi-use, as far as dasher replacements, expansion joints, fencing needs, that kind of thing. There'd probably still be some infrastructure improvements that we would need to do that wouldn't fit within the scope of this particular project. So we'd have work to do if the desire is for number 3, and it would probably lead to a revised capital request coming before this body as part of the 2026 budgeting cycle, as opposed to coming back later this year. It would take a deeper dive. Number 4 would be to delay the project until after the completion of the upcoming PROS long-range plan and allow for new public input to inform decision-making related to pickleball and inline skating infrastructure in Louisville. The obvious con with that is time. We are not currently under contract for that long-range plan. We are slated to begin that service this year, pending council approval. That'll be an item that comes before you again in May. But at a minimum, you're at a 14 to 18-month evaluation process, public engagement process to get through the entire process to adopt our new long-range plan. And then number 5 would be to eliminate the project and consider the future development opportunities for new court construction at alternative locations during location-specific planning efforts. That would be things with certain items that have been brought forward for future planning include Cottonwood Park redesign, the prospective park parcel at Redtail Ridge. We do own the parcel behind the police department, but again, any kind of improvements there as it relates to pickleball are within 300 feet of residences, and so on and so forth. There's always the potential. Cleo Mudrock is another one that we've talked about evaluating the space for. So it would be included as a part of that, but again, it would be a more comprehensive site planning effort. And with that, I'm done. Thank you. Again, sorry it took so long, public wishing to comment, but Brian and I are here to answer your questions and happy to have the conversation after public comment.
Okay, thank you very much. I have just a couple of things to say kind of in advance of this. One is we did have a little bit of public comment it was last month. And I was very impressed it was not a full, mostly was for one side, but I was very impressed with the civility that we saw that night because people were upset, concerned, and mostly it was folks talking about preserving the skate park, and I really appreciated that. Not the skate park, but the rink. Really appreciated that, and I think we can probably expect that tonight from everybody. I mentioned it several times, but I'll mention it again. 3 minutes. You don't have, you get 3 minutes if you want to make a public comment about this. You need not speak the full 3 minutes. If you absolutely agree with somebody else that's talked, there's nothing wrong with coming up and saying that you agree with somebody. Just want to be counted. There's nothing wrong with saying the same exact things if that's what you want to do. If you have another person here that is willing to cede their time to you, or another person or people, you can speak for up to 6 minutes. Again, you don't have to speak for the whole period. And just would ask that you refrain from clapping or booing or stomping your feet or whatnot, just so that everybody can feel comfortable coming up and talking without worrying what the crowd reaction is going to be. So the last thing I want to say is thank you to our staff, because this has been a very long process. As you described it, many findings over the years about underutilization of the space. A lot of staff time has gone into that over time. A lot of time by the rec board to evaluate that, and a lot of time with council looking at budgets and the capital improvement budget, because it's not something in this city. It's hard to get things on the capital improvement budget, people will tell you, and because we have limited dollars and so forth. But I want to really appreciate all of the folks who've been involved in that process, and whether it's been recent or it's been a year ago with the Rec Advisory Board and their involvement. We're going to have a good discussion, and I have no doubt. And why don't we get going with that? So let's start.
First up is Deborah Puro, followed by Steve Gioielli.
Hi, my name is Deborah Puro, and I'm a resident here in Louisville. And I'm here because I love pickleball, and I'm an avid pickleball player. However, I also love to skate. So I have perspectives on both sides. I understand both sides. So I just wanted to say, in person, I also sent an email, but in person, that there's definitely a need for pickleball, dedicated pickleball courts. Wherever you go, even surrounding communities, there's going to be a line to play pickleball. And so that is a need. But there's also a need for skating, and there isn't anywhere else to skate in Louisville. And I live near the facility, and I drive by often, plus I'm on the tennis courts a lot, so I see the skate rink often, and there are a lot of people that skate around here, and that's without any organization to make it happen. Imagine if Louisville had skate nights or dedicated drop-in hours where maybe there was music played for the skaters or something like that. We could increase the usage of the skate rink in that respect. And also we have the brand new pickleball facility, which I'm super excited about. Not thrilled that it's pay to play, but I thought perhaps has the city considered subsidizing Louisville Recreation Center members to play at that big facility. We want the establishment to thrive in our community, and we need a place for pickleballers in our community. But I don't want to take away skating from the kids in the community. We need more for kids to do in our community, not less. And I represent 4 generations of people that use the skate rink in Louisville, and we all live in Louisville. And that's about it. I don't want to take up too much of your time. but thanks for taking input. Sorry.
Thank you, Deborah.
Next up is Steve Joyelli, followed by Glenn Mansfield.
Thank you. I'm Steve Joyelli. I'm a Louisville resident. And I just want to say thank you to Mr. Blackmore for that presentation. That was, kid admired how much work and research and everything has gone into this. I'm showing up real late to the game when I found out about it a few months ago. But can somebody make a pickleball that is it so loud? Because I feel like that would, if we could start there. I feel similarly. My parents are big pickleballers, and it's a huge opportunity for them to be social and active. They're in their 70s, and so I am very much pro finding a place for pickleball in Louisville. I think just to go off of some of the maybe downsides of removing the rink is that it is very unique in its multi-purpose capacities, right? Like maybe it was designed for inline hockey, but kids especially, use it for all kinds of things. And I think some of the hidden costs involved in this is that it removes an important asset from our kids. And I think that's what I'm most concerned about. And I'm coming at this from, I don't want to repeat myself entirely. I was at the March 18th meeting, but I'm a professional mental health clinician, psychologist here in Boulder. And I think about all this stuff every day, and I'm a parent, and I'm alarmed by the state of youth mental health in general, constantly talking to people about what we can do about it. And the city has a lot of power and a lot of assets to change some really important dynamics in our youth kind of like lives. And so like the capacity for free play, which is kind of like unstructured, creative spaces to be able to interact outside is really important. And so we have fields for that. We've got some courts. But the rink is really cool. It's got this way of kind of hemming in like some space, and I don't know, kids kind of flock to it, and my kids play games and do all kinds of stuff on the rink. And I'm afraid if we remove that, like we're actually removing like an asset that is really important to their well-being. Because if they don't do it there, I don't know where else they would go. As much as we have playgrounds and like plastic molded playgrounds don't promote a lot of creativity and free play, at least not for kids older than like 5 or 6. So you got a huge range of like 7, 8 to 18. Like where do they go in the city to kind of play with their friends and be creative? And there's not really a whole lot. So if there was a plan to like replace it, like let's move the rink somewhere else, the sound ordinance isn't a big deal, and we could do pickleball there, great. But my concern is it'll go away and it'll never come back. And there'll be no place for the kids to skate aside from, the Gateway Fun Center in North Boulder. So thank you for just making the time to discuss this and put it on the agenda. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve.
Next up is Glenn Mansfield, followed by Jeffrey Gass.
Don't start the clock yet. I'm from the town of Superior, and in Superior, we have Autry Park, and I see a lot of faces of a lot of people that come over and play in Autry Park, and I love playing with these folks there, but really, Louisville, it's time for you to get your own outdoor pickleball courts. It is time. And the reason you need them is because commercial places that have pickleball, like the Relish that's coming on board, they charge these exorbitant amounts. And with those amounts, it's fine for people that can afford it, but the residents of Louisville need to be able to come to a place that doesn't take so much money out of their wallet. So I really think Louisville needs its own pickleball courts. Now, the children around Louisville get a lot of attention. And even with the recreation center in Louisville, on the indoor courts, when there is spring break, holidays, summer vacations, they get the inside gym. So that forces cancellation of the indoor pickleball, and it forces people to go outdoors. Well, it would be nice to be able to go outdoors at the Louisville Recreation Center. So I think that's something that ought to be thought about. Another thing is, some people do not realize that pickleball is growing so fast that people in Louisville, when they go to other locations like Wanaka Lake, you go to South Boulder Creek, you come over to Autry Park, there are already a lot of people there. So it would be in the best interest of Louisville residents to have their own pickleball courts. So I think that would be the way to go. And one thing that strikes me is that this has been going on for so long now. I think it's time to make a decision. It's already been approved once, so why go through this all again? I mean, there are plenty of activities for kids. I think doing skating is a specialized activity, but there are so many activities that Louisville offers for children. I think it's time for pickleball to be outside and dedicated to the Louisville residents. And I just want to thank you for listening to my comments.
Thanks, Jeffrey.
Up next is Jeffrey Gass, followed by John Shaw.
Good evening. My name is Jeffrey Gass. I live over in Steel Ranch. First, I want to congratulate and welcome him, our new city manager. Welcome to Louisville. As stated by the great presentation by the Park Commission Supervisor, Mr. Blackmore, fantastic.
Very small font.
Yeah, I know. What is the whole title? Director of Parks and Recreation of Open Space. Fantastic. My glasses work. Anyway, as previously stated by Adam, this has already been approved. We have money to have this done. We go through this many times with a lot of different proposals where something's approved by city council, people speak up, it's brought back. We're going to have the referendum next about this, but we don't have to go there. We are the only community around here that does not have dedicated outdoor pickleball courts. They're in Superior, Lafayette, Erie, Broomfield, and Boulder. We want people to enjoy everything in Louisville. Pickleball, as stated, has become one of the fastest growing sports, if not the fastest, in the last 5 years. It's not just for seniors. I see it firsthand. I play with my granddaughter. During times when the kids are off from school, they have a day off when we do have permission to play on the courts. The middle school kids and the high school kids come down and play with us. They enjoy it. We enjoy seeing the young kids involved with this senior game. The approved location for these courts by the rec center, as Adam mentioned, is over 400 feet away from any homes, way above what the recommended amount of space should be. So no one can complain, not in my backyard, with this location. Yes, we would want to have some places for the kids to skate. We have many other parks where a new inline skating, multi-purpose rink can be made, where we wouldn't have to worry about the noise, being within possibly the 300 feet of homes. We could do it at Cottonwood Park. We can do it where the tennis courts are now over on Regal Street. We have Community Park, to possibly other locations to put an inline skating facility in the city. As Adam also mentioned, the safety of the inline skating place doesn't meet standards. It's going to have to be repaved and redone, so money's going to have to go there if we don't change the courts to pickleball now. Thank you very much, and hopefully you'll continue and approve what you've already approved.
Thank you, Jeffrey.
Up next is John Shaw, followed by Kate Clary.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for your service. I have been a homeowner in Louisville since 1999. Entered with a wife and dog and moved to a single-family dwelling about 9 years later with 2 dogs and 2 kids who were born in this county, are now 20-somethings. I grew up in Buffalo, New York, and I'm 57. I've played hockey for 50 years. To be quite frank, I'm all in for pickleball. I've coached in this area hockey for 7 years. I've averaged probably 50 to 100 hours of hockey per year for 50 years. I think it's about ice. I don't like falling on concrete. Get on the ice. There's free learn to skate programs, et cetera, et cetera. But the reason I think pickleball there is a wonderful idea is, one, it is probably the only place in the whole city where it is 400 feet from dwellings. Two, last night, my wife and I, being empty nesters, headed to Broomfield to play outdoor pickleball, which, by the way, was at Teller Park near the emissions place, and it's a converted inline rink that has 3 permanent outdoor lighted, key for this place, lighted pickleball courts. I don't care that I had to drive there. I'm not saying woe is me. What I'm saying is that we do that probably 2-3 times a week and then proceed to have dinner or drinks there. Similarly, just for perspective, from a pragmatic perspective, while we were at Teller playing from 6:30 to 8:30 last night in a very organized system where all groups are welcome and you can challenge and all ages, et cetera, in those 2 hours, there were 5 groups of 4 either playing or waiting to play. So in those 2 hours, essentially, you had 20 people times, you had 40 person hours of outdoor activity, community engagement, et cetera, happening just in that 2-hour window on a Monday night. Is it only Tuesday? Whew. On a Monday night. You would get that level of enthusiasm, interest, and activity there. And I think that's good just in terms of more people doing positive things outdoors together. But also, we go to Wanica's courts in Eden Lafayette. We go to Autry Park, which is awesome except for the fact there's no lights. And we go and eat in Superior. I'm not saying that I promise to always have my dinners here and only play in Louisville, but I honestly think you're going to get a lot of people coming here, being active, engaging with the community, more so perhaps than what's going on at the inline rink right now. Like I said, I raised my kids here, and to be quite frank, I've been on that rink 5 times since 1999. Kids were there on skateboards occasionally, et cetera, but I'm all in for pickleball, and I hope you do it there. Thank you for your time.
Thanks.
I'm going to have dinner. Sorry.
Up next is Kate Clary, followed by David First.
Hi, I'm Kate Clary. I live here in Louisville. I'm a retired elementary PE teacher. So I know that the PE teachers locally are teaching pickleball, which I love because we want them coming up from the ground up. I would like to emphasize the fact that John had mentioned a lot of my points, but I would also like to mention that pickleballers are out there all hours of the day, and like he said, many players are waiting their turn just to get on the court. And I know that the rinks outside, if we could get 4 or 5 courts right outside, we would have people there all day long. If it's inline skating, a lot of the kids are in school. They're not there during the middle of the day, so that we would have that opportunity to be out there. We would utilize those courts a lot more often than inline skaters would do. I also would like to just point out that it is a community, and we do want people to come into our community and use our courts and spend their money in our city. And we want to be proud to say that Louisville has pickleball courts here, and we enjoy it. And so thank you so much for the time.
Thank you very much, Kate.
Up next is David First, followed by Julie Boldme.
Hi, everybody. It's getting late. I'm sorry. I'm keeping you here so late. But I just want to tell you a little bit. My name's David First. I'm a Louisville resident. I also own a local business remodeling company here, and I've been here since 2017. I want to make a pitch for pickleball. I discovered pickleball about 4 years ago, and I'm like passionate about pickleball, but it's not about what I want necessarily. I think what I love about pickleball, it's about community. And I think the reason why we all live in Louisville is for the community element of this. We live in houses that aren't huge because we love the community. We love our neighbors. We love being there and people holding doors and you know, waving to us. And I think that's what's so special about our town. And pickleball, to me, embodies a little bit of that. You know, I don't know many other sports, if not any, and I've been playing sports since I was old enough to stand, where you can go and meet new people every time you play. Because pickleball is rooted in something called community, or I don't want to say that sounds demeaning, but it's rooted in something called open play, where there are certain hours that people can come and play, and you don't have to know anybody. And the entry level to this sport is a $20 paddle and a $3 ball. So if you want to get kids to go out and play, buy them $23 worth of stuff and go be creative on a court. That's kids aren't going to learn at Relish. They're not going to rent a court and play at Relish. They're going to, you know, get their friends together and grab some paddles and go play at you know, in a free open court. And what other options are there really for our older citizens? Now, I don't know if I want to include myself at 55 in that group yet, but really, you know, I think my average pickleball friend is 60 plus that I play with. And it's amazing to see people at all different levels, all different abilities, to just go out and just have fun, regardless of how well they play. It's about getting outside, no electronics, and just being active and having fun. And based on the 5-court, Adam, based on the 5-court layout, I personally don't think that's a little tight, because a lot of what pickleball is played, it's played on the perimeter. There's something called an ATP where you actually hit it around the net. And I think 4 courts would probably be, you know, that's my pitch for 4 courts. But I love Louisville. I love the fact that you guys are so committed to making this an amazing community, and I just appreciate the time that you're giving me to speak. So thank you.
Thanks, David.
Next up is Julie Boldme, followed by Marcia Thinnis.
Hi, my name is Julie Bolding. I've been a resident in Louisville for almost 20 years. I've been a pickleball player for over 10 years. My parents introduced me to the sport. They're now in their 80s, and 3 generations of my family play together, including my son. When my son started when he was 12, he found a hard time with competitive play. He wasn't allowed to take part in tournaments because he was too young, yet he was very interested in doing that. And now the sport has grown so much that there are televised youth playing in tournaments that, because it's growing so much, and they're now adopting that this is a young person's sport as well. A number of my points have already been made this evening, so I just want to reiterate that I too go to pickleball facilities outside of the area, since there's nothing in Louisville. I spend money in Lafayette, I spend money in Superior and Broomfield, just as John shared, because I do have to go to those courts. Teller is the only one that is that has lights, and so it would be fantastic for Louisville to have that. Quoting the Field of Dreams, if you build it, they will come. I think having a pickleball facility outdoor, that's free because Relish is going to be pricey, will draw more people to Louisville to take part in that as well, and then in turn spend money in Louisville as well. As for the youth having place to have some recreational activities, I too am a mental health provider. I've been a school psychologist for over 30 years, and I agree that students need to be involved in outdoor activities and have creative outlets. I see lots of other opportunities to do that. They can play ball in a lot of other places. They can ride their bikes on the wonderful lanes that we now have on Via Appia that are safe because we now have smaller space for cars. And I think there's a lot of other places where students and kids can take advantage of recreational activities in the city that's not in the inline skate rink that is very underutilized think there are stacks and stacks of paddles of people waiting to play in Lafayette at Wanaka Lake and at other facilities because there's just such a huge population of people interested in playing pickleball. So I think that will help ease some of the congestion we see at those other courts and bring people to Louisville. I no longer play at the Louisville Rec Center on weekends because there's such a huge stack of paddles of people waiting to play. When there's anywhere from 12 to 24 paddles stacked in line waiting to get onto the 3 courts at the rec center, that's not efficient use of time for those 3 courts. So having 4 or 5 courts at the outdoor inline rink would really be helpful when the weather is friendly for playing outdoors. So I obviously am very in favor of having the courts in Louisville. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Julie.
Next up is Marcia Thinnis, followed by Susan Kennedy.
Good evening. My name is Marcia Tinas. I'm a Louisville resident on Mulberry Street. Our home backs to the open space behind the rec center near the inline skate rink. I'm an avid pickleball player and enjoy playing outside. However, I respectfully ask you to pause construction on the outdoor courts at this location due to the known noise issues with this sport. And the noise issues are not just subjective, they are measurable. Noise from outdoor pickleball play in residential areas is a known problem across the country, including here in Colorado. The constant popping sound of the hard plastic balls hitting the paddle is a noise nuisance. The noise can be heard from early mornings through late at night. Residents near pickleball courts have reported issues such as difficulty working from home, insomnia, and an inability to enjoy outdoor spaces due to this noise. Residents in Lone Tree here in Colorado are suing both the city and the Recreation District over noise from outdoor courts at their local rec center. The noise is also behind Centennial's decision to pause new court construction near homes. Denver Parks and Rec will remove pickleball courts from Congress Park and is abandoning plans to build a court at Sloan's Lake over concerns about the game's noise. The city of Denver closed 4 courts outdoors at Eisenhower Park amid noise complaints from nearby residents. Knowing these issues with pickleball play, why would you deliberately introduce this noise into our neighborhood? We want to enjoy having our windows open and be able to sit out on our patios after moving back home. The current inline skate is not noisy. Pickleball will be noisy, and the city will still receive noise complaints and risk being sued. There are currently numerous places to play pickleball outside for free in Superior, Lafayette, Broomfield, Westminster, Erie, Boulder. Boulder alone is planning to build 24 outdoor pickleball courts this year at East Boulder Rec and Tom Watson Park, away from housing. There must be a balance between recreational amenities and residential peace. Please pause construction of the planned outdoor pickleball courts in this location. Please relocate them to a less residential area to mitigate the disturbance they will cause at their currently planned location. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Marcia.
Next up is Susan Kennedy, followed by Kyle Cheesebro.
I'm Susan Kennedy, and I spoke last time at the meeting. I appreciate you all revisiting this issue, and I'm just here to encourage you to reconsider and keep the inline skating rink. Currently, it's used by a lot of different users for a lot of different purposes that I think at the last meeting people highlighted really well. It's a place that the skate camps use to help kids learn how to skate before they get into the skate park. It's used by inline skaters. It's used by kids to learn how to skateboard or ride a bike. It's a really great space for our kids to go. It currently shares the space where people are able to set up pickleball courts, and I feel like that has worked well. I know it's not the perfect surface, but I think it actually has served a really great, it served a lot of different people really well, as is, and I'm just here to encourage to keep this space as it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan.
Next up is Kyle Cheeseborough, followed by David Cohen.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for electing to put this topic on tonight's agenda. And thank you, Mr. Blackmore, for the presentation that you gave previously. And want to commend your group on the work that you've done up to this point. My goal for tonight is not to reiterate the comments that I gave on March 18th. My hope is to just advocate for our youth. It's 9:30. They obviously can't be here right now, so poor them. They have to rely on me, who's much less charming and probably not as articulate or well-spoken as many of them are. But much of the public involvement process that's taken place up to this point centered around consultants and advisory board meetings and council meetings and all of that. And I just want to urge the council, if this project is to move forward, to pause and re-engage in a more robust public involvement process that draws out the voices of our youth and really taps into that user group, because that is a user group that uses the inline rink pretty heavily. So thank you all.
Thank you, Kyle.
Next up is David Cohen, followed by Brian Shields.
Hi, thank you. I'm David Cohen. I live on Mulberry Street in Louisville, and I'm here to express concern about noise from the pickleball courts to the extent that it affects quality of life of those of us who live around it. We live due south of the rec center. We're about 750 feet from the courts, and I really don't or didn't know what kind of noise pickleball generates. I certainly am aware of news controversy and all of that. I went to Autry Park and parked and stood about 500 feet away from the pickleball courts. And I'm sure people in this room know, I can't recall if it's 4 or 6 courts at Autry. But whatever it is, it was a warm spring afternoon and they were all firing. And at 500 feet, I would say the noise is considerate. It's persistent and it's significant, and it would be a distraction if I were spending very much time at that point, at that position, having a conversation with someone, maybe trying to read a book. I would say it dominates kind of the noise in the natural environment, birds and the cars and all of that. It's sort of front and center. I would also say that with windows open at that distance, you would definitely hear the noise inside the house. At 750 feet, which is about where we are, the noise is kind of subjectively a factor of 2 less. It's not as significant. It's still sort of front and center. It's potentially something that could be ignored for short periods of time, but it's certainly something that would be the soundtrack of your evening sitting on the patio in Louisville. I think it would be an issue, especially when I hear about courts that are going to be drawing lots and lots of people 12, 15 hours a day into the evening. So I would just ask that, to the extent that you continue to consider this project, that you give serious consideration to the noise and noise mitigation approaches that I know are around. I know there's been a lot of people looking at this, and maybe that's sufficient to make this so that it's not negatively affecting quality of life for people who live nearby to the courts. So that's what I have to say. I appreciate everyone's hard work. Thanks.
Thank you, David.
Next up is Brian Shields, followed by Jeff Lipton.
Good evening. I'm Brian Shields. I've lived in Louisville in Ward 3 for 10 years now. I want to thank the council for the opportunity to speak to this on both sides of the equation here. I would like to, I'm not going to, in the interest of time, reiterate a lot of the pro pickleball comments, but I wholeheartedly believe in all of them and encourage you to approve this project exactly how it was recommended and previously approved. I think a lot of the commentary really against this project is really focused about not in my backyard, like literally not in my backyard. The examples that people have provided about lawsuits or noise or people tearing down pickleball courts, et cetera, I think those were all pickleball courts, outdoor courts, that were established before local municipalities had the expertise to do it right. And I think this recommendation has thought about this very seriously and considered all the pros and cons and are doing it correctly in terms of noise mitigation, distance away from existing households, and trying to minimize the noise levels for the local residents. In addition, you have to think about the cost to do this. Delaying this to do it in another couple of years where it's double the cost makes absolutely no sense. This is a golden opportunity to improve the health and wellness of the city of Louisville's residents. And I think it's something that we definitely should take advantage of. So thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you, Brian.
Next up is Jeff Lipton, who has pulled time with Ann Hendricks.
Hi. Good evening, Mayor Lay and members of council. My name is Jeff Lipton. I've been a resident of Louisville for now 43 years. And I want to thank you, as I always do, for your service and allowing me to speak tonight. I'm sorry about the overly lengthy email that I sent you earlier in the week. The more I thought about the subject, the more thoughts I had, and I really wanted to share them with you, so it took a little bit more keystrokes and electrons, but I really wanted to share with you all my thoughts. And I promise I won't repeat everything tonight, although I might get there a little bit, but I'll be done. And as a little background, I had the privilege of sitting on your side of the dais for 8 years. And it was a lot more fun on this side of the dais. But when I was in your shoes, I was appointed to be chair of the Recreation Center and Senior Center Expansion Task Force. And it was a great opportunity for me. It was a lot of fun. Some of the members of the task force are here tonight. And what we were trying to do is investigate the interests of our citizens in expanding our existing recreation and senior center. It was a great experience. And to better understand what the community's vision was and their expectations to be able to serve their future needs and interests in the way of recreation and senior services. There's one thing I learned about Louisville. It was the huge amount of interest and demand for passion, for recreation, and the passion that everybody brought to their particular sport and interests. The swimmers wanted more pools. The tennis people wanted more tennis courts. The yoga people wanted more studio space. The soccer people wanted indoor turf practice field. And the bikers wanted a spin room. And it went on and on and on. In scoping the final package that went to the community on the ballot issue, there was a consistent need to compromise and to find ways to satisfy multiple sport needs at a reasonable cost. Not every request made the cut, and there was a lot of shared space that got built that multiple sports could use. New pickleball courts did not make the cut because, in part, it was assumed that we were told that, based on the existing master plan, that the inline rink would be repurposed and for other activities, including things like pickleball. So we didn't press the issue, and we anticipated something would happen with pickleball. It was just not going to be then and there within the ballot issue, but there was a plan to expand to the rink, which was underutilized even then, which was 2016. So that bill is finally coming due, and I fully respect the passion of the inline community and their passion for hockey and for skating. My family participated in all that. I played hockey, I coached hockey, inline, ice, probably not as great as Coach Shaw, but who went to dinner. But, you know, we were hockey families, and we have a tremendous respect for the hockey community and the needs for kids to be able to go out and skate around and shoot pucks. But let's be honest, participation in inline activities has greatly diminished over time. Observationally, the amount of use by inline users is inconsistent with how much demand there has been claims to be. I go by the rink many times every week. I go in the day, I go in the evening, I go on the weekends. And usually there's nobody there. That's not a knock on the passion of the inline participants, it's just the reality of the situation. At the same time, you've got this tremendous increase in interest for pickleball. And that's just a matter of fact. It's demonstrated by the usage in the data. As an aside, and I'm a terrible pickleball player, I'm not terribly passionate about it, I'm never going to be any better, but I did play at the gym yesterday. And there were 30 people waiting to try to play pickleball. And the wait times are excessive, and there isn't that much time available in the gym. I do want to reemphasize one comment I made in my email to you. The comment was that the concrete surface of the inline rink is unsafe to play pickleball. It really is. The polished concrete is too hard, it's too unforgiving, it's slippery and causes overuse injuries. I tried to play there, but I won't anymore because of the risks. In case you wonder why you rarely see pickleball players playing at the rink, it's because it's unsafe. That's why. You wouldn't expect tennis players to play on a concrete surface. You shouldn't expect pickleball players to play on a concrete surface. It's not safe. In regards to process, the argument that the process that got us here tonight is being flawed or insufficient, but the process was established by you guys and the RAB and the staff, and we went along for the ride. And we embraced that process. We didn't go around the process. We expected the process to give good results, and we think they did. So you have approved the project. RAB has approved the project. You've budgeted for the project, and we hope that you'll approve the project tonight. So with that, thank you very much, and again, appreciate your service and your passion to the community. Thank you.
Thanks, Jeff.
Next up is Jack Kenny, followed by Michelle Van Pelt.
Hey, my name's Jack Kennedy. I played hockey quite a bit of my life. I was the captain of my team this year, and I've spoken about this a few times. I was actually on Denver 7 a few days ago about it. I mean, hockey's an expensive sport. It's a hard sport to get into. I mean, it's not easy. It takes a lot of practice, a lot of hours. I mean, all my coaches have said it. It's not easy to be good at hockey, right? It takes a lot of work, and over the years, I've utilized this space to help me get better and improve at my skills. I mean, and it's helped me. I used to not be very good at shooting. I didn't score any goals, and then I went there, shot pucks for 3 hours, 2 days a night. Shot got a lot better, scored some goals, and helped my team win games. As the pickleballer said, there's a lot of pickleball courts around. Westminster, Superior, they might get used a lot, but this is the only rink around. This rink, I think it makes our town special. You know, you go to Westminster, there's no inline rinks. You can go pay money to play at the sports stable, which, I mean, I do, but this rink is good. It's a free space that helps people get into hockey, which, I mean, they otherwise couldn't. And it's a growing sport in Colorado, and I think it'd be a shame for our town to take away from the many young kids that I see out there at the rink trying to learn how to skate. And I mean, I've seen like little toddlers there when their parents and little rollerblades going out there, and they'll be asking me about my pucks and my hockey sticks. And I think it'd be a real shame to get rid of this space that's used by so many young people. And I think it really is an important spot. I mean, sometimes it might look underutilized during the day, but it's because all the kids are at school working hard, trying to get smarter, you know? So, I mean, I don't know. I could probably get my grades up a bit. But I think this rink helps make our town important, and I hope this council reconsiders the decision to tear it down.
Thank you, Jack.
Up next is Michelle Van Pelt, followed by Lisa Norgard.
Hi, Mayor and Council. Thank you for hearing us all tonight. And it's my misfortune to be following the inline hockey player. How did that happen? But I am here to advocate for the pickleball courts, of course. As you know, I'm a member of the Rec Advisory Board, and we have been working on this for years. We've been taking public comments about this for years, and we thought we finally had a win. Honestly, like, yay, we finally got pickleball courts. And now here we are tonight, still talking about the pickleball courts. I don't want to reiterate comments that have already been made, but I do want to add, we talked a little bit about the sense of community that is pickleball. And I can tell you that most of the people in this room I met because of pickleball. Literally, I did not know them. You show up for open play, be it at the Rec or Autry or wherever, and you're gonna meet people. And then over time, they become your friends and you hang out. And when you have 30 people waiting to play, they're chatting, right? They're getting to know each other. These are people that we have, they're our neighbors that we don't talk to, but we have an opportunity to sit and talk with them because of pickleball. So I recognize it's really difficult to take something away. No one likes to lose any amenity. I wish there was a better option, but I think we've outlined that there isn't a better option given the constraints that we all know that we have in this community: budgetary, space, time. We've looked at it all already. So please, let's move forward with this project as it's currently planned. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle.
Up next is Lisa Norgard, followed by Zoom call-in ending in 9565.
Hi, Mayor, Council, staff, thank you. I am an up-and-coming pickleballer, so look forward to getting out there. I don't want to belabor the point. I just want to say thank you for considering this, and I want to support staff's recommendation on moving forward with the pickleball repurposing at the inline skate rink that was approved in November. I think it's going to be an excellent addition to our community as far as a recreation amenity, and it will definitely be used by people of all ages. So that's all I wanted to say, so thank you.
Thanks, Lisa.
Next up is a phone caller ending in 9565. And you are muted on your end. Yeah.
Not sure whether you can hear us here in the council chambers, but we can't hear you. We can give you a few more seconds here to try to get on. Looks like you're muted now. You may be having a problem with your microphone. I'm sure sorry. Let's see if we've got, maybe we've got another, we've got another call, or another person. I tell you what, do we have another person? You can try once after we hear from the next person, and I'll give you a few seconds here.
Up next is
Oh, let me see. No, it's okay. It's okay.
We can
No,
we can hear you
they'll
now.
ask you again.
We can,
Oh. Do they do it? Yeah.
Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Taylor Giruba, and I'm Louisville resident for more than 10 years. I will try to be short because it's been a long time for everybody. So I'm speaking with request to save the outdoor hockey rink and leave it as a multi-use area that brings happiness for all ages. And it's a really special place for my family. So thank you so much for giving me a chance to speak for it. Thanks.
thank you very much.
Up next is Tim Bickmore.
Thank you for allowing me to say a few things. I think after listening to all the conversation and reading all the material, I see 4 salient points for you to consider. I think one, there's a very large identified demand by the citizens of Louisville to have some dedicated pickleball courts. I also have a residence in Louisville. The second point is there's no other logical location to put it in Louisville. I recognize and have empathy and sympathy for the people that have the inline hockey. I feel sorry about that, but this is the spot. And the third point is it's the most cost-effective solution to get the dedicated pickleball courts, to which addresses the big demand by all the citizens of Louisville to have them. And last, the funding's in place. So it seems like the decision is set up to be made to make this happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Okey-doke. All right. Before we go further, I want to thank you all for your patience and staying so late, and all of the comments that have been made, which are good on many points. I don't want to say both sides because there's a variety of ways of thinking about this. Excuse me. And I also want to say that I really appreciate the assistance, the time that the public, some of you, but folks who are not here, have spent writing letters and that have been very helpful too. And this is not the only meeting that people have come to. Obviously, many have come to the meeting back in March and all through this process. And that's just the kind of community that we have, is very participatory. And I very much appreciate that, and I know council does. And they can speak for themselves. You know, what we have had is an underutilized space. It's sort of repeatedly been the finding. And we're trying to figure out what to do with that right now. And it's obviously there are very strong feelings on both parts. I don't think we're not going to make everybody happy tonight, I have a feeling, with the decision, whatever decision we make. But I do want to say I appreciate the input of everybody, because it makes our job sort of easier and harder. It makes it easier in that there's a lot of really good points being made out there. I take a lot of notes. Other people are listening very carefully too. It's harder in that, you know, it makes a decision all the more difficult sometimes. So with that in mind, we can start. And who would like to hear from anybody who'd like to weigh in? Yes, Councilmember Fahey.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I want to also reiterate that this has been a long-term project. It's been proposed and worked on for years. I was also a member of the rec task force when we decided that we couldn't afford to do a pickleball court. There are other things we couldn't afford to do, like solar on the roof, Jeff. I'm wondering on the noise, have we gotten current complaints about the noise from the pickleball courts, from the people who live along the border there?
I have not. I could follow up with staff to see if anything else has been reported, but nothing has made its way to my office.
Okay, because I am aware that the courts are used for pickleball now, so if we haven't gotten any noise complaints yet, and we're going to be putting up some kind of noise barriers, I don't think that that would probably be a big issue for this location. And as it was mentioned, there is not another good location in the city to put pickleball, but there are a couple of places where a new hockey rink could go. Also, when you were listing in the cons for the rink conversion, examples of other people or activities at the court, at the rink right now, included things like bike riding, ball throwing, and off-leash dog exercise. And I'm guessing that all of those things could be done on a pickleball surface also?
Well, I mean, the dog off-leash thing could go to one of our fine off-leash dog parks, preferably.
Exactly.
Would be great, yes. Yeah, depending on the surface, I mean, obviously, it's not intended to have the wear and tear of excessive skating and that kind of thing, but
Right.
ball throwing would certainly be encouraged, yeah.
Okay. Then, thank you. That was all my questions.
Yeah, Councilmember Cooperman.
Okay. I have a bunch of questions I want to ask. So to start off, I wanted to ask a couple questions about process. First, I'm wondering, has the Youth Advisory Board ever weighed in on this project?
They've not.
Okay. And has there ever been signage at the rink notifying people about this project?
Just the signage for tonight's agenda item.
Okay, thank you. All right, then what do I want to ask next? And my impression is that we don't have any hard data about usage of the rink. Is that fair to say? Or do we have I mean, right, we determined that it's underutilized, but how have we gotten the data to make that
Yeah, no,
determination?
we have not invested in that level of analysis.
Okay, that's fine. Okay. Let's see. Then I want to ask a couple of questions about the actual conversion. So, so is the idea like we put down a new layer basically on top of the concrete, and that creates the ideal surface for pickleball?
I'll let Project Manager Weber handle the technical component of that. He's the designer here.
So yeah, we anticipate that the surfacing, the colored surfacing would come from a multi-layer acrylic covering, similar to what was done at Mission Green's tennis court last summer, where we installed a new post-tension slab over the top of the old asphalt that had deteriorated. So post-tension slab and then multi-layers of that surfacing. So we'd essentially be doing the same process. We just already have the post-tension concrete slab in place in this case.
Okay. And like, if we were building a pickleball court from scratch, is that how you would build one or not?
My understanding, yes, that's the best construction methodology because essentially the slab is able to settle, deal with freeze thaw kind of as one unit, and so it resists cracking. All those cables help hold the concrete in place. So it's the superior method of construction to withstand our climate long-term.
Okay. And then on the same theme, sort of drawing from the presentation earlier, and also from our discussion with the Recreation Advisory Board a week or two ago, my understanding is that we've done some repair to the concrete surface recently, maybe even last year. But I guess my question is more about, so you mentioned some maintenance that is necessary for the rink if we were to keep it as a rink. And I'm curious, by converting it to a pickleball, would we sort of forgo having to do that maintenance? And how is that achieved?
That's correct. Yeah, the design with the current proposed design for the pickleball includes removal of the dashers and the outside of the rink. And so it would have new fencing surrounding the courts themselves. So that would remove the need to repair the dashers or replace the fencing.
And I assume the fencing would be less costly than the maintenance to the...
To be determined, but
Okay.
yeah, it's possible that they could be a wash, yeah.
Right, okay. Sorry, a few more questions. While we're on the topic, I had a couple of questions about budget. So as I recall, in the budget discussions last year, when this was first came forward, there was a figure of $80,000 on the project, and then a little bit later that jumped up to $200,000. So I'm curious about that jump, and I'm also wondering, I mean, you spoke to it a little bit, Director Blackmore, but do we have any sense for whether the costs are likely to go up if we go ahead with the conversion?
Yeah, I don't recall a jump from 80 to 200, but in the funding, it is split between the Recreation Fund and the Capital Fund. And those numbers happen to be 120,000, which is 60% from the Recreation Fund, I believe, and 80,000 from the parks. So that might be where that number jumped out. I get confused on that too, of like, how do we not have money for this? Oh wait, there's a whole nother line item. So I believe it's been 200,000. Those numbers were put together primarily based on kind of square foot numbers from other projects. So for instance, that Mission Greens project, as well as some of the repair work that we've done at the Recreation Center, tennis courts and Centennial tennis courts in terms of surfacing, kind of a square foot cost surfacing of nets and of fencing. I will say that the fencing is probably the biggest wild card at this point because it will be directly impacted by the results of the noise study that's expected at the end of the month. So that study we anticipate will give us potentially recommendations on mitigation measures that would require a certain height of fence that then would require a certain structural design for wind loading, et cetera. So that's really a big kind of wild card pending the noise study as to like what the fencing is. On the low end, we could potentially get away with like a 4-foot high fence around perimeters. On the high end, tennis courts have a 10-foot fence. They may be even recommending something taller for noise mitigation. So that's really a big wild card in the scope of the project is what the fencing requirement will be as it relates to noise. And depending on those recommendations, we'll be able to narrow in that scope item for bidding.
Okay. I think I had, just a few more questions. I'm wondering, do we have any concerns about the amount of parking for the courts, given that the Recreation Center parking lot is often pretty full already, and there's such demand for pickleball? Just curious.
Yeah, we haven't looked at the number of spaces per se, but that was seen as a pro that we have the skate park lot and the rec center lot, as well as good, bike and pedestrian access with our trail system. But
No, I think that captures it. There is at times during the day high demand for the recreation center as anything else that has parking around it, similar to downtown or wherever. But it is, relatively speaking, comparatively speaking to other pickleball dedicated courts, it feels like a sufficient amount of parking. But like anything, if it's busy, it may seem like we should have more, or that we made a bad decision with how many courts we have.
And do we envision having any kind of hours of operation for the pickleball courts?
Yeah, so
No, go ahead.
our standard park hours would be in play, and I think that's another conversation that we could have as to whether it's lit or if there's further restrictions on that.
Yeah, I would just say that that's still to be determined. You know, we need to get the project approved. We need to get the bidding back to understand the scope of what we're actually able to construct. And then, you know, based on things like the noise or light pollution or whatever else that's going to come out of that, we could make determinations about how the court's utilized.
Okay. So then just one last question, I guess. I think you said there's, you know, almost no other places in the city that are where we could locate courts like about 400 feet. I mean, are there any, or there really are none where we could just?
Yeah, currently there are none. The closest that we come would be very close to the police station, kind of right off the parking lot. We could see some 300 to 400 foot distances. The most promising would be the future park parcel at Red Tail Ridge. With some 400 or 500 foot distances. There is that residential facility just on the north side of the road there by the school. So there are, while we kind of think of that as there's no neighborhoods right close by, there is a residential use there. So those are really the two kind of most promising in terms of distance. And that's really where we're talking about the cost implications of, like, if we were to look at one of those two sites and do a more or less from scratch project, you know, that's kind of what we were basing some of those numbers on.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Councilmember Kern.
Thank you. Just first, I wanted to really thank everybody. Whether you want the pickleball or you don't want the pickleball, you wanted to stay in line, I really appreciated all of the engagement, people emailing and reaching out. And like, I feel remiss from making decisions last year that we didn't have this much engagement. And I personally want to apologize that I maybe missed a lot of the conversation that we should have been having. And I wanted to just start my comments with that. And thank you all for coming out, regardless of where you're at on this. I have, for years, heard from a lot of people that they absolutely would like to see free pickleball. And that is not the same to me as playing in the rec center, because the rec center is not free. You have to pay for a membership. And to a lot of our residents, the rec center membership is not actually attainable for them. So free does mean free, right? It's available to everybody. And, pardon me, I think the same, though, about the inline rink and what that can bring to our kids, to that type of community. As Jack was talking about, I think that's a voice we don't often hear. And I don't think they're coming out and expressing an interest to Rec Advisory Board or to staff at the rec center. It just wouldn't occur to them to say, please take away something I use. You know, I think instead it makes sense that there's a lot of outreach for saying, we'd really like to have this. Please add this. Change something else that I don't use to something I would. And I feel that there's been a lot of that need, and we haven't heard it. And I will tell you, this is a really difficult decision personally. I really feel for the people who want to get pickleball, and I'm total fiscal conservative here, to be honest with you. All of this is your money that we're spending, and we try and do it as wisely as possible. We have an amazing staff that does that. I would really like to give them a lot of credit. Thank you. But I do think we do have an amazing opportunity coming up with Red Tail Ridge. It could be, I realize that we need to look into the costs of it, but it isn't near as much housing. It would afford for parking. You could have more than 4 courts. You could have 6 and still have the space. There was some gentleman talking about wanted more space so he could hit around the net. I've actually never played pickleball, so I don't know, just tennis and ping pong. I was curious, are we, even if this were to be converted, would we continue the indoor pickleball at the rec center for people who are interested?
That's still a bit to be determined. Obviously, we're a pretty eclectic weather climate. So, yeah, I think with the popularity of the gym space, as mentioned multiple occasions about multiple paddles waiting for a spot, I think there's sufficient demand to meet both, and the original intention would not be to modify our indoor offerings at the moment.
Good. I was hoping that was going to be the case, that you guys had planned to continue that. And how long do we expect the conversion, if it was a full or a partial conversion, to take place? How long approximately? So would they get to play this summer, or are we talking next spring really is the soonest, or maybe fall?
Yeah, I think the toughest thing is the contractor scheduling. I don't anticipate that the actual work time frame would be, months and months of extended work. However, getting onto the schedule of kind of a narrow pool of contractors who offer this kind of specialty service is difficult. And so I would anticipate, and it's also weather dependent in terms of applying the surfacing product. So I am skeptical at this point, if we were to go out to bid, that we'd be able to complete it this year based on contractor availability. So I would anticipate, 2026 is probably more realistic, given that we'd be putting it out to bid basically in May. So I could be wrong. Like I said, we haven't put it out to bid yet. We don't know people's schedules. There may be some alignment where somebody has an opportunity, but I know we hear that these contractors book up very quickly, and we've experienced that in projects the last few years where they're very busy, and that timing can be difficult to get in their schedule.
And currently, if this is a full pickleball conversion, do we have a plan to put, I think you call it stick and puck? So like a partial rink, I guess it is, like for the play half or what have you, like practicing. Do we have a plan to add one of those? And do we understand where, if it's $200,000 to convert this to pickleball, what it would cost, or even approximately to cost to add something like that, let's say at Cottonwood Park, where there's still parking and kids play and there would be access?
Yeah, I think a couple things with that point. We currently do not have, we've tested a couple sites, and I think maybe even members of the crowd were the ones who went out and did a little testing of the skating on some of our basketball concrete, and just with the joints and stuff, it's difficult. So it is still an ongoing effort if we're going to utilize existing concrete to put, a net and a couple dashers out there. One of the bullets is, as it related to the future planning, to the other point, and this is why I think the planning process for those specific parks like Cottonwood, or eventually when we get to Redtail, is going to be so important, is because the feedback during that process is going to drive a lot of what ends up in these parks, the same way that the master planning process will, based on community feedback with our surveys and that kind of thing. And so, I think it's currently nothing is planned to be in any of those places, because I think that they're owed the integrity of that planning process for each of the specific sites.
Thank you. The other thought I had was, prior to the fire, the Arboretum was lovely, and it's taken a long time to grow. I think it was in the early 2000s that we put it there with the small trees. We've seen them grow, and now there's enough that we're actually looking at replacing some of the pieces of equipment around it. It's so well utilized. But since the Marshall Fire, and we've lost so much of the trees and what makes that whole area of town calming, if you will, the Arboretum has become a refuge for many people, not just people who border to it, but a lot of people who don't. Just the way that Davidson Mesa continues to be an amazing refuge. You wouldn't necessarily want to put pickleball right in the center of Davidson Mesa. And I think having the pickleball courts be 5 or 6 in this location with the volume that it will receive, my concern would be it would take away from what that Arboretum is designed and truly does feel like, and brings to the community as well. So that is a concern that I have. And I guess I'm raising this to all of you, actually my fellow council members, for that particular point, and the concern about how that space is utilized by so many of our residents. I mean, we literally just put in a pet memorial for people to go and have contemplative thought. And I hear what Councilmember Fahey was pointing out, that currently it is being used occasionally for pickleball, maybe 2 or 3 nets at a time, and it's not really creating a noise. I think maybe then the compromise would be, not to quote you, Adam, nobody's going to be happy, but is to leave a space for a lot of the people who do want to use this for the inline purposes, for practicing purposes, for like free play purposes. Not all kids want to participate in like a team sport, right? It's not always for everyone. And balance that with putting in 2 or 3 pickleball courts in conjunction with what we do indoors, and continue to look at other spaces. You know, we've heard there is a potential to spend money to add another tennis court someplace. If pickleball is the higher priority to that, then maybe we take the funding and combine it in future years to expand instead of adding another tennis court, since we have so many already in Louisville. So that's where I'm kind of settling in on listening to the people who are here, wanting the pickleball, wanting to use the space for play, and maybe not having it quite as busy, and the compromise version, although I did appreciate Director Blackmore's comments on some of the complexities that will come with it, and it sounds like it would delay you, Brian. I apologize, even past putting in, getting started in May. Those are my comments. Thank you.
I have a couple of questions, and I want to make some comments. This is a question for you, Director, because you're sort of an expert in these kinds of things. One of the comments that I think we've heard over time is that pickleball, or pickleball is a sort of an older person's sport. Notwithstanding some of the other comments, it hasn't been completely the way we've heard it, but I have gotten the sense from a number of people that that's an issue, that this is kind of a generational thing. And I guess I may be wrong in that, but that perception, but I want to know from your standpoint, you know, you study the demand for sports. That's your job. That's part of the, you know, the demand for recreational activities. What's your understanding of kind of the participation and more importantly, kind of the trends in participation?
Yeah, I have those numbers at the ready.
Oh, you do?
Thanks for the question. So Sports and Fitness Industry Association, who tracks these kind of things, in 2023, there are now over 9 million pickleball players. That is growing by approximately 10 to 20% annually. The average age of that pickleball player is 35 years old. And of the growth to over 9 million, 1 million of them were under 18 years old. And so that doesn't necessarily mean that that is fully, you know, comprehensive of Louisville demographics or Louisville playability, or Louisville interest for that matter, but it does show that there's a continued effort, I guess, on the pickleball community to really market themselves. You see it on TV a lot to a younger audience. There's a concerted effort with some of the comments this evening about making it a multi-generational type of pass the baton kind of a sport for their families. And so currently trends are showing that it's trending younger, and the biggest areas of growth are between 18 and under, and then the 19 to 34.
And are there any statistics on the kind of facility, the inline skating and the sort of multi-use kind of facility that it currently is around the country? Do we have a sense of how much demand comparatively?
Yeah, we'd have to get back to you on that. I do think that, there are, I've got it here, 2 or 3 other inline rinks that are lined for pickleball within 15, 20-minute drive from here. But again, a lot of the feedback that we've heard from the pickleball community, obviously, is that that is either dangerous or insufficient for what they're looking for.
Thanks. I think that's my question. We're not here to decide whether to build a new inline skating park. I mean, we've had some discussion around that, but that's not what we're looking at. The question is what we do with the current facility that we have, I think. And I think that, at least, there was another question that I had, and it had to do with if we did like a half court, sort of split the baby kind of thing, if we did a half rink. My understanding is that we could do 2 pickleball courts. Is that right?
To be determined a little bit. 2 would fit spatially on there, but with the post-tension concrete slab, it'd be dependent on where we would be able to install the fencing and where that location would dictate how much space we'd have on either side.
Yeah, I mean, that doesn't give me any particular solace in terms of a solution. I think, if we're interested in pickleball, we should do more courts there. And if we really want to preserve the inline skating, we should preserve the whole thing. But I want to step back for a second because I've been on council since 2015. And so we have talked before about pickleball. I've heard a lot of discussion around that. Certainly and I may have misspoken about the underutilization. The issue is really that the rink was it was an amenity in the master plan that had a lower level of service analysis in the resident survey. I think it's a little bit frustrating to me. I do appreciate all of the comments, and I appreciate the concerns that the folks who are interested in maintaining the inline skating rink have raised. But we have, and there's a temptation, I think, to think of an effort, and a concern toward the end of a process as things are just about ready to roll out, that is sort of the democratic way. And I don't believe that's right. We have a very very considered opinion of our own recreation director, PROS director. We've got input over many, many years about the desirability and the increase in the numbers and the trends toward more pickleball, in the trends toward fewer or younger people doing pickleball, in terms of other communities around us having pickleball courts, and we don't have that. And I think we've been through those processes, and they're really important. A lot of people have done the work over time to ask the kind of questions that we've asked tonight. And what we have tonight is a proposal it's not going to please everybody if it goes through, and I don't know that it will, but I am very concerned about just simply putting on hold a process that has taken a long time to reach a decision point. You've heard the timing of it. We have the money available for it. We're ready to take it to the next step. We've got noise study underway, or will be, and a lot of technology to help us with that. We have, in addition to that, a place for pickleball that we don't have elsewhere in the city. We talk about Red Tail. I can hear the comments now at Red Tail. You want to, because there's going to be upset of wildlife there. People will complain. I'm just telling you, I've been around on that. And there is going to be a lot of concern on that. And it's one of those things that's sort of a bird in hand versus, two in the bush. That we don't know what's going to happen in retail, and that's years away. I mean, this is something that we've been working on very hard, very directed, with a lot of voices. And that's the Democratic piece, a lot of voices. And that does not diminish the voices that we've heard tonight, the voices that we've heard through the documents that we've gotten, the letters, or the last meeting that we had in March. It's not to diminish that. It's to recognize that there have been a lot of voices. And I'm concerned that if we don't respect that and we don't follow through with that, I don't know, I mean, it gives me some pause about what kind of processes we use in the future for a capital project like this. It takes a long time to get something through the CIP, longer than a lot of people want. We've got huge demand for this. I know that there are people who have good arguments, and we've heard them tonight about inline skating. I don't think they overcome the importance of moving toward the future, and I think the future is pickleball. And so I'm strongly urging my fellow council members to decide to let the project go through. Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem. I'm actually, do you?
Councilmember Hamilton wanted me to go first.
Oh, okay. I thought she was pick me. Go ahead.
Yeah. So, I think the couple things. One, there's the pickleball conversation, which I think is a good conversation to have. That is something that it comes up all the time. It is a growing sport. It is something people request all the time. It's something we hear, it's something Rab hears, it's something our Parks and Rec department hears, it's something council hears. Like, this is something that is in our ears all of the time. Where are you going to do it? How are you going to do it? And it is tough because it is a noise nuisance, right? And so putting in the right spot is hard. You can't just put a pickleball court somewhere. And so we've seen ideas for pickleball courts be scuttled because they are 50 feet from a house or 20 feet. And so it's really, because everyone's being thoughtful, I think it's hard to find a good spot for pickleball. So that's been something that we've wanted for a decade, and we've struggled to find the spot. Concurrently, there's nothing to do with, Jack here or some of my other friends that have told me their stories of using it. It was determined 13 years ago that the interest has waned. So we're like, where's the programming? There used to be programming, and there used to be events there. There used to be people playing, and those programs went away because of a lack of interest, which is not to say that people aren't interested in inline skating, but as far as leagues and programming and rec center employees, it went away because of lack of interest, not because it didn't exist. And so you have something that's underutilized. Like, it's not, no one uses it, but it doesn't have the utility it could have. And so you have this space that we've been looking for a decade of what can we do with it to have it be better used, and you have this desire to do pickleball, and we're trying to find a place to do it. Then you put the two together and go, oh, well, this is pretty good. Like, the houses on Mulberry are actually over 600 feet away. Even the Pet Memorial is 432 feet away. So, like, it's a pretty good spot, all things considered, for pickleball, and it's on an underutilized court. And so we go through the whole process. We go through RAB, we go through our parks, we go through the public meetings. We get to that point where we decide to do that. We put money towards it. We allocate that money. And then what happened, right? What happened is some people are upset that they're going to lose their inline skate rink. That was never discounted. Like, that is a reality oh, yes, like that's going to go away and some people are going to be upset. But the league isn't being canceled, right? The hundreds of people going out there every day isn't, so yeah, it's disappointing. It's absolutely disappointing. And as a council member, one of the things that sucks about this job is typically you're going to piss off about 30% of the community with anything you do. And you have to still do things, or you have to make decisions and weigh those things. This is not a 30% of the community kind of thing. There are maybe hundreds of people that will be very upset that their, use is going to decrease. And so I do think there's, I hope it doesn't take 13 years, but I think if stick and puck or actual games or real inline skating is something that we're missing the desire for, that is so much easier to find a solution to over the next 5 years than a pickleball court. Because you really can. No one complains about, 5 kids going and playing, half court inline skating from a noise. So I think there's so many ways we can do that. If that's something that's really desired, I think we can solve that a lot easier than we can solve pickleball. So I think this is the right spot. I think we've gone through a lot of effort to get here, and it's disappointing. Jack, I'm so glad you came in. You're an awesome public speaker as well. Keep that up. But I do actually feel for you. This is not like dude, I don't care. No, I care about that. That sucks that you might lose this court. And so that's real. And I don't think anyone up here doesn't care about that, but we have to weigh, the strength of the different arguments. So my frustration is that I don't think there was not some big discovery, right? So to delay this by multiple months and be here 2 hours, the discovery is some people are going to be disappointed by the decisions we make on this dais. But we already made this decision. So we said, are we going to approve the pickleball courts? No, we did. We did last year. These courts are approved. I'm not sure what this conversation is other than it's important. There's a flaw here in that what Judy was pointing out. There are a lot of people that just weren't really a part of the conversation and haven't felt heard, had to come in March to feel heard. And perception is reality, right? If you don't feel like you knew about this, Josh asked a good question. Did we put signs out? What kind of thing? Did we talk to you? God, we could probably do a better job in a lot of things we do. And there still was, to Chris's point, a lot of public access to this conversation over the years, but there wasn't the same engagement, right? And so now here's all the engagement. That's fantastic. So I don't think, for me, this isn't a hard decision. It was never a hard decision. It was a very clear decision. Underutilized space, really good for pickleball. Should we put those two together? Yeah, of course we should. Are people gonna be disappointed? Yes, absolutely. And are people gonna hate me? Yeah. That's kind of, it's a Wednesday, right? You just wake up on Wednesday and you know that tomorrow. Tomorrow, it's almost Wednesday. But
I hate you tonight.
It's a reality of, and I just want to point, it's okay. It's a reality of waking up on a Wednesday is that there's a subset of the community that's very disappointed in your decisions. And that's okay, that you have to live with that as on being on council, is that those are the decisions we make. So I appreciate all the work that's gone into it. I do appreciate the public that's come out to talk about it. And I'm very comfortable, moving forward. And I think we've gotten some good information about things that the public is looking for. And I think that, I'd like to continue to work with, residents like Jack to figure out what's next. What's the solution? You're just going to take it away and do nothing? No, I don't think that's acceptable. What can we do? Right? And so happy to work with people like that to try to find the next iteration of inline skating. And maybe it's not a full rink, or maybe it is, right? But I really think there's a lot of opportunity for success in that conversation. So hopefully we can have that.
Councilmember Hamilton.
Thank you. So when I made the decision in the past to approve this item, I was confident in our ability to mitigate noise, to not negatively impact the Arboretum. I was confident in our parking and infrastructure in the area. For me, the new information that has been introduced since then is I believe there was a gap in public engagement. I actually don't feel frustrated that we're up here tonight talking about it. I feel really disappointed. I'm disappointed in myself that I did not catch this earlier and that I let the youth of Louisville down. The youth don't fill out resident surveys. The youth don't check council and RAB agendas. And I'm sorry for that. I truly am, because I don't think your voices were heard in this process, and I let you down in that. And so I'm sorry. So I'm not disappointed or frustrated that we're here tonight. I'm disappointed in myself, honestly, that I didn't catch that sooner. So I think, A, this is a lesson about engaging youth when we make decisions of this sort. And I'm going to take ownership in my part in making sure that happens in the future. I am not sold on doing a complete conversion of the entire inline skating rink. I think there is an opportunity to, we need pickleball. That's why I approved it in the first place. That's a need of the community. Don't disagree with that at all. I've also heard this is the only inline skating area, and there's no other options for this sport in this area. So I'm open to investigating, are there options where we can avoid as much as possible delaying our residents having access to free pickleball by maybe partnering with the local court that's going to open up? Can we have punch cards for those who want to go there while we figure out, can we move the inline skate park somewhere else? Can we try to expedite development of, an area on Red Tail Ridge to put a pickleball court? I don't want to kick the can down the road. I hear that we've been talking about this for a long time, so long that some of the users of the inline skate park were not born when this conversation happened. So they went and they started using the court, assuming it's there, it's always going to be there. It's been there since I was a kid and learned to ride my bike. So again, I'm sorry, I let you down. I feel so bad about that. So I'm going to go back on my approval of the court to convert it to 5 pickleball courts. Sorry, my watch went off 39 minutes ago saying it was my bedtime. And to see if there's other options out there to give play at no cost to our residents while we figure out where these places should be built and developed.
Councilmember Hefner, do you have anything to add?
I don't have a tremendous amount to add. I'm of two minds that, I think, look, could we have had a better process? Always. And I do think there's some lessons we should carry forward. If this process was insufficient, we have to throw out everything we've ever done because it was based on insufficient process. Like, this is about as much process as we do for any decision. And it was a tough budget year, and we found the money for this. I hope, we have engagement going forward on like a paved multi-use space that can support hockey and kids learning to ride bikes, which my kids are doing, and like all of those good things. And I hope we can find some place that serves some of those needs. I think I'm solidly in your camp, Mayor, that if we throw this out now, what does that say about what we've spent the last decade doing? And so I think it's a hard decision, and I certainly value the multi-use space and wish there was a perfect solution here that pleases everybody, but I just don't think there is.
So this is like conversation for all of you is, would there be an interest, and for you also, Councilmember Hamilton, in maybe taking the more difficult path with this particular location, trying to find a way to put 3 courts in and have there still be use for the kids so that they don't have to be displaced for several years? Because I haven't heard that there is a good solution or a good public-private partnership that we can take with Relish, for example. If there was, and it was something that we could announce next week, that it was something that we could do, then that would be fantastic. And like, what if it was 5 courts that we had a public-private partnership with? I agree with Councilmember Hamilton. I think that would give us the interim need for local free play while because I mean, we're going to be developing some of these parks like Red Tail and putting money into it anyway. Maybe this is where we choose to put the money. So so it's not necessarily saying no, it's instead taking the new information that maybe it wasn't quite as underutilized a space as we thought just because it wasn't used for inline leagues, but it is used a lot for our kids. And so is there an interest from anybody, else who was in favor of doing the entire project, now that you've heard this, in modifying it?
What I understood from, and maybe I didn't understand it well enough, but my understanding is that at least if you're going to do a half rink, it's 2 pickleball courts. It's not 3, right?
Correct. The current draft design that we have would be to try to incorporate 2 pickleball courts.
I mean, that's part of what makes this a tough decision, right? I mean, a tough kind of compromise. Well, and that's true. It's a question of is too adequate. And I mean, my view is no, it isn't. That's not. And I would take issue. I would take issue that because we don't have the data on the utilization, at least for comparative purposes. We have a lot of data and a lot of information around how much demand there is for pickleball. And I don't want to leave people like Jack out either. I think that there's probably some merit in what the Mayor Pro Tem was saying about thinking about in the future, maybe we need to consider that that we need to think of perhaps another place. But that is not the decision we're facing tonight. I think we can, is there compromise possible? I think so, but I don't think it's, I think it's unfortunately, for me, running away from a decision that's just a hard decision. It's just a hard choice. And I don't think we've let people down. I think the youth in the town are dependent on us in many ways. I mean, certainly on council members, certainly on their parents. And while I think there's going to be a loss if we make any kind of decision tonight, there's a loss in some ways. I just I think we got to think about how we're going to do public process in the future if this isn't the way we're going to do it. I think unless we've got we may just need to vote. I'd like to hear if there's any response to the comments, because I appreciate Councilmember Kern if there's other thoughts besides the ones we've heard, and certainly mine. Yeah, Councilmember Cooperman.
So I was not on city council when this decision was made. And so in that sense, I don't feel completely beholden to the decision. I do feel that I have some duty to follow through on decisions that have been made by previous councils, though. And so I don't know, I'm rather conflicted. I guess I really feel for some of the concerns that people have about losing the rink. And so I don't know, I'm somewhat partial to the suggestions that Councilor Hamilton and Councilor Kern put forward. But I don't know. It's still a difficult decision for me. Yeah, I don't know if that wasn't particularly useful, but that's how I'm feeling at the moment.
Yeah, the question that Mayor Pro Tem just raised is, should we vote? I think we may end up needing to do that. I will make the motion that I'll move that we direct staff to continue down the path that they've recommended and that we've previously supported.
Second.
Any further discussion? Yes, Councilmember Hamilton.
So my comments earlier and my disappointment in myself for not ensuring that the youth were adequately engaged in this process, I don't believe leads one to believe that I think we have this existential crisis where the whole process is flawed and everything else, and that we should dig our heels in the sand and move forward because that's what we said we would do. I think, when I ran for council, made a commitment to bring all the voices into the room, regardless of your age and whether you can get in the room or not. And so I simply was highlighting that I think when we do something that, potentially disproportionately represents a portion of our community that cannot engage through normal channels, we should just acknowledge that. And sometimes that means, as a leader, leaning in and saying, I made a mistake in my decision, so I just want to press pause for a minute and make sure that we took the appropriate steps for this particular item. I don't think we have a big crisis here where the whole process is flawed. So we can continue with the vote, but I just wanted to make sure that that was clear and delineated from my comment earlier.
Favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Okay. Is that 3 nays? I barely heard. Okay. All right. Thank you all for a difficult and challenging conversation.
Chris, you could help the public understand the vote.
The vote is 4-3 to adopt the recommendation and to direct staff to continue down that path.
Can I excuse myself before we move to the next agenda item? I'm going to excuse myself because I'm not feeling too well right now, and I'll let the council finish the meeting.
Yeah, but they didn't post, no posting of anything to let anybody know.
Let's make another time check here. It is 10 to 11. Thoughts?
The people stayed, assuming we were going to finish. I think we should finish.
I think we should too, but I just wanted to check.
I'm probably going to have to leave. I need to file paperwork for minutes.
Understood. Understood. I have a trip to make myself. All right, so let's move on to the next item, and that would be the Let me just make absolute sure. Ordinance number 1893, Series 2025, an ordinance amending Title 17 of the Louisville Municipal Code to modify the definition of family, second reading. And I'm going to open the public hearing, ask for the staff presentation.
Okay, good evening again. This is Emily Klein Gibson, Planner 2, with the staff presentation. Before the council tonight is ordinance number 1893, Series 2025, which relates to updating our residential occupancy limits for conformance with a recently adopted state bill. To provide some background on this ordinance, the Colorado General Assembly adopted House Bill 24-1007 in April of last year. The bill states that a local government shall not limit the number of people who may live together in a single dwelling based on familial relationship. The bill goes on to say that local governments retain the authority to implement residential occupancy limits based only on demonstrated health and safety standards and local, state, or federal affordable housing guidelines. This bill went into effect on July 1st of last year, which means that since July of last year, the city of Louisville cannot enforce zoning regulations on occupancy limits that are based on familial relationship. Tonight's proposed ordinance is a minor code update as a direct response to the new bill in an effort to maintain uniformity and reduce confusion between the state bill and the Louisville Municipal Code. So the Louisville Municipal Code has restrictions on residential occupancy limits in our zoning section, which is Title 17, and specifically Section 17-08150, which is our definition of family. It specifically calls out these familial occupancy limits. Our current definition of family is on this slide here. As you'll see, family is currently defined as a single individual, a group of people living as a single housekeeping unit in a relationship based on birth or marriage, or a maximum of 2 unrelated people living as a single housekeeping unit. Our existing definition of family directly conflicts with the state bill and must be modified for state compliance. So the proposed changes to the definition of family include removing the language that requires the relationship of a group of people living together be based on birth or marriage, and instead defines family as one individual or a group of people living as a single housekeeping unit. The proposed definition also does not restrict the number of unrelated people living together to a maximum of 2, as the existing definition does, and instead relies primarily on building codes to implement maximum occupancies for residential dwellings. Staff find that in changing how we define family to include a group of individuals living together as one housing unit and not restricting that group of individuals to be related by birth or marriage to be considered family, occupancy limits are now focused on the minimum standards for people to safely inhabit a space set by our building code standards, which the city has adopted the 2018 International Property Maintenance Code as the building code standard. That would dictate those residency limits. The proposed change is also aligned with the city's housing plan goals to diversify Louisville's housing stock by providing housing options for a variety of household sizes and demographics. And the housing plan specifically calls out this code amendment in action item 3.2, which is shown at the bottom of this slide. I've just provided a brief scenario here based on the 2018 Property Maintenance Code for a 3-bed, 2-bath, 2,200 square foot house. To break down this occupancy limit, if more than one person occupies a bedroom, there must be a minimum of 50 square feet per occupant. Dining room must be provided if more than 2 occupants live in the dwelling, and both living room and dining room minimum square footages must be met based on the number of occupants. So with all of that considered for this specific scenario, a maximum of 9 individuals could occupy this residential unit. So with all of this, staff recommends approval of Ordinance 1893, Series 2025, to amend the definition of family in Section 1708150 of the Louisville Municipal Code for consistency with House Bill 24, 1007. And that concludes the staff presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Council questions? Yes.
Sorry, I
Councilmember
appreciate
Kern.
you letting me go first. I just had a really quick question, and I apologize that I am about to jump out the door. What would be the consequence of us not approving this change in language?
So the state law has been passed, so we don't really have a choice in not enforcing the residential occupancy limits. This specific change in definition, it's not required. It's a best practice recommendation by the state just to maintain that uniformity. So there's less confusion in what we enforce.
So we could leave the old language.
We could, but it would be invalid.
Oh, okay. So, but is there a way to require larger amounts of space than what was on your list so that we don't have a 3-bedroom house with 9 people who are unrelated, all between the ages of 20 and 27?
So based on the state bill language, we cannot restrict occupancies based on familial status. And it refers us to directly refer to the building codes for those occupancy limits.
So the building codes are what are determining the allowance of 9 people in a 3-bedroom house?
Yes.
So, and you were saying that's the standard 2018 building code, and we wouldn't be able to modify that language to like increase the required square footage per person?
So that's the 2018 adopted property maintenance code for the city. I'm not sure what the process is in changing that.
Well, I think it needs to be based on an established code or standard is the intent. So this is a typical code or standard for occupancy. I also think not all bedrooms are 150 square feet. So not all houses have 350 square foot bedrooms. I don't know that that's the point here though, but the intent of the state law is that you don't regulate based on family, and it opens up how housing units can be used. So we're complying with that state code mandate.
I guess but the reason I brought it up, and I have brought this up to others, is just I think the original intention and feeling from our residents as to why we had that code before was being in a community that is in such close proximity to a university town that we don't have the overflow of like university housing. So we're not having many students unrelated living in family neighborhoods, and that was, I think, the language around that was to help preserve some of those characteristics of the neighborhoods to not have that. And I just wanted public clarification that we will not, as a municipality, have the municipality itself will no longer be able to regulate how our housing codes are implemented and how we use the language to do so. Is that correct? I just wanted to publicly make sure that everybody understands that is what's happening, and that we're kind of like, the city of Louisville is more bound by the state statute.
Yeah, when it comes to enforcing based on familial relationship, we are.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Have a great night.
Good luck. Good luck. Other questions? Yes, Councilmember Cooperman.
I just want to follow up on a question that I sent previously. The state law requires us not to base occupancy limits on family or on familial relationships. And so I asked a question, we're modifying our definition of family such that it no longer includes traditional familial relationships. And yet that's the basis for which we're coming into compliance. So I just want to be clear, that seems a little bit odd to me, but in staff's judgment, the way that we're going about this is perfectly fine for complying with the state law. Is that?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't think I understand quite your question.
I can answer it too, because I responded to the written question. Yes, we do. We think this is a way to do it. It's not the only way to do it, but we thought it was a good way to do it based on the current structure of our code. We do have single-family, multifamily dwellings. We like having the definition of family in there to distinguish from boarding houses and those types of things that are different uses. We don't regulate. To be clear, there's a reference in the definition to building codes, but we're not regulating occupancy through the definition of family per se, even though the reference is through that definition. So there's really no effective difference in how we're doing it. Although, yes, we could structurally do it different, but there's no difference in the end result. And I do believe we're in compliance with the state law.
Okay, no, that's helpful. Sorry, I'm going to follow up on one of my other questions too. I just want to be clear. So the language around sex offenders, that is not a requirement by the state. Is that true?
That is not a requirement by the state. Each municipality can create their own requirements for sex offenders.
Okay, so at some point we just decided to put that into our definition, and it's still there.
Yeah, essentially, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? All right, we'll go to public comment. Do we have any public comments about this? No? Okay, then we'll come back to council for our first discussion. Since this is an ordinance, we have to have 2 rounds. Any comments at the moment? Yeah, Councilmember Cooperman.
I think they pointed at me. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, I appreciate your work in helping us come into compliance with the new state laws.
Any other comments? Okay. Why don't we ask for a second set of public comments? Anybody? No? Okay. Come back to council. I support the ordinance, and I appreciate the staff's effort to bring us into compliance. And do we have a motion?
I'd like to move the passage of ordinance number 1893, series 2025, an ordinance amending Title 17 of the Louisville Municipal Code to modify the definition of family.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion?
I'll just say to the point earlier, I mean, I think our existing definition is discriminatory and wrong, and this is a long overdue and well-needed fix. There's all kinds of families out there, not just those related by birth and marriage, and there's also people with disabilities, and there's also students, and there's also low income, and so on. So I think this is, the state did us a favor.
Yeah, I agree with that. Let's take a roll call.
Councilmember Cooperman.
Yes.
Councilmember Hefner.
Yes.
Councilmember Fahey.
Yes.
Mayor Lay.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Dickinson.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, down. All right. Next is ordinance G, item G, which is ordinance number 1894, series 2025, an ordinance authorizing loan from the Water Utility Fund to the Wastewater Utility Fund for a 3-year term and an initial interest rate of 4.8%. It's on for second reading. It's advertised on the Louisville website on April 4th, 2025. Open the public hearing, and do we have a staff presentation?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Kirk Carr, Director of Public Works and Utilities. I think the mayor and the title of the topic summed it up well. This is a wrap-up of our utility rate presentation a couple weeks ago. And so we're recommending for the second reading to approve the ordinance as proposed. And we'll start to implement this loan from water to wastewater.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Can you just help me understand why we pay interest to ourselves? Just what's the point of the 4.8% interest on a loan from one to the other, if you can just help clarify.
The legal pieces, I'll pass over to Kathleen Kelly on that.
I haven't worked on this,
Okay,
Kurt, so I
got
don't know.
this. Yeah, so generally the gist is we get a return on our investments, and so to give a different fund a 0% loan, we have to hold ourselves kind of accountable to what our rate of return would be. So the loan is subject to the rate of return each year that the city gets on its portfolio. So we'll adjust each year, but right now it's around 4.8%.
Any other questions? Okay. Take public comment. This again is an ordinance. We've got 2 rounds of public comment. Okay. No public comment. Come back to council discussion. Any further discussion? Second round of public comment. Any public? Okay. Can I get a motion?
I'd move the passage of ordinance number 1894, series 2025, an ordinance authorizing a loan from the Water Utility Fund to the Wastewater Utility Fund for a 3-year term and an initial interest rate of 4.8%.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion on the motion? No, we got to take a roll call on this, so go ahead.
Mayor Lay,
Yes.
Councilmember Cooperman,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Dickinson,
Yes.
Councilmember Hefner,
Yes.
Councilmember Fahy.
Yes.
Okay, passes. I think we're not done. We're almost done. The
do it.
long-suffering
Finish
item
line.
H. Our next item is awarding a contract between the City of Louisville and ECI Site Construction Management for Phase 1 of the Downtown Front and Center project. A staff presentation. Do we have well, go ahead.
Yes, I have a brief intro, and then you have an optional presentation from ECI. I think it speaks quickly to who they are. Normally, this would be a consent agenda item because Downtown Front and Center has some nervous energy around it. We are front and center tonight. So this is kind of our 3-legged stool is our design team, is RVI. We approved that contract with them in February, and we did a kickoff meeting February 28th, and they've been having internal stakeholder meetings. We also have a advisory committee that met yesterday, made up a group of residents and businesses and external stakeholders such as the farmers market and the downtown street fair. And so the last piece of the puzzle is getting our contracting partner hired to help us first do pre-construction services, which you're considering tonight, and then after we get through our design phase, full construction services that would come back to you in a second contract. And so we're recommending ECI based off review of 3 proposals that we got through a request for proposal process and selection staff of Public Works and Community Development reviewed those proposals, scored them according to the table in your packet of various categories of experience and team qualifications and cost and all these factors. Did interviews and checked references on all the teams, and through the entire process, ECI was the most favorable and recommended partner. So with that, I'll kind of turn it over to Ted real quick. Ted Johnson, the president of ECI. If you want, would you like that, or you just want to keep it moving? We're flexible.
If he wants to,
I'm fine either way. I could probably make a few comments.
Please.
Thank you, Kurt. Yeah, my name's Ted Johnson, president with ECI. ECI is a company we're a local Colorado contractor. We've been here 45 years that specialize in public improvement park projects, and really some of these municipal streetscape projects, public amenities. In fact, actually, we worked with the city back, it was almost probably 15 years ago, on the downtown patios. Conversely, 20-some years ago, also we're involved in the roller hockey court construction. But anyway, I can say that now. There's nobody left. But anyway, long story short, we have a really dedicated team here, our pre-construction's led by Ian and Sarah. They're both PEs, very dynamic problem solvers. The type of work we do, again, it's in this public arena. Mike, our operations superintendent's been with us 37 years. We have a dedicated staff really for some of the outreach and kind of community engagement. Again, we'll work with staff, but obviously as we work through, developing a plan for construction, being able to communicate, be very sensitive with business and how construction goes together is going to be pretty critical. I'll just tap on a couple projects. These are pretty recent projects we've worked on. These are all kind of CMGC projects, but downtown Westminster, I've been working with the city of Westminster off and on various major infrastructure projects down there since 2016. Those include streetscapes and a lot of their development was driven to promote kind of a most of the redevelopment of the Westminster Mall. And so for residential and commercial development there, Coal Creek Park, just down the road in Erie was a project we did with the town of Erie to really promote kind of a relatively unused space, but bring folks to downtown. And so understanding that the implications of how these spaces and amenities promote downtown business. Currently working, we're about 3/4 of the way done with the city of Wheat Ridge. Again, a big public plaza stage amphitheater structure that's really community focused space. Again, understanding, kind of smaller communities and really the importance of having these spaces and what that means for community. And then finally, the last one down here, going back, this is a little while ago, 2009, we worked on the downtown Fort Morgan Main Street project, which was, again, very critical and a very sensitive business corridor where we did 3 full city blocks and about 3/4 of a mile of storm utility, but storefront to storefront construction down there. That project won the APWA Project of the Year. We got it done in 88 days. Again, that required very close teaming with really our municipal and design partners. I can kind of go into it, but obviously one of the most critical pieces is communication, understanding what's coming, what we're doing. Obviously, we're not going to trump a communications department, but we're going to want to, make sure that we have appropriate, signage, scheduling, access points, and that, we're communicating exactly what we're doing with the businesses and local community. That being said, we'll get into this further down the design, but that comes into kind of appropriate phasing. There's some, working from most likely Front Street, heading west, taking into account all your drainage corridors, right-of-ways, everything else, permitting. And so, these things will begin, and we'll work through that during our pre-construction process. Obviously, value engineering and figuring out how do we maximize these dollars. We do this quite often on a lot of these projects. So we'll be working very closely with RVI and the city, and Public Works as far as, are there different material types, stormwater, where it's HDPE, just understanding, really how can we maximize the ultimate footprint, minimize disturbance, and have a beautiful functioning, corridor and public space. I had one last piece on there of Ian and our pre-con folks. It kind of gets cut off here, but I've been working with some other grants with CDOT, some revitalizing Main Street grants. So we're very familiar with grants being able to kind of work through that process. Again, we're just invested partners. And so, yeah, just simply kind of trying to go through this really quick, but it's what we do. I've been with the company 27 years. We have an amazing team. We're very fortunate to be selected and considered for this project. And it's great to see how much the community, council, cares about making the right decisions, and how much, I mean, you saw everyone who comes here. Community is a really big deal. That's what we do for a business and livelihood. And just thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Do we have any public comment? Okay, any council questions? Yes, Councilmember Cooperman.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, first, I just want to thank staff and also Ted for staying so late. I had one little question that I noticed in the staff report. So it looks like you're pulling money from the contingency fund for RVI to pay for this pre-construction contract. Is that correct?
Yeah, and that was the intent when I recommended the 200,000 contingency in the first approval with RVI to create some room for these types of activities. So that was planned. It just got appropriated by your approval to RVI. So tonight we're just carving a piece off for the ECI piece.
Okay.
So it's within your adopted budget right now. I mean, that's beautiful, right? You're not used to that lately.
Right. So in other words, we should think of this as sort of using the contingency funds for a contingency.
Kind of. I mean, what I hope we're starting to do is develop a level of comfort with the team that's going to get this done for you. But at the end of the day, there's a lot of questions around budget. But what we know, the baseline is we have $9 million that's going to come from LRC. And that's going to come in and out of different accounts within the city and LRC and whatnot. But at the end of the day, the ultimate goal, when I give you the final balance statement, is there was $9 million from LRC. So I wouldn't get caught up right now in which fund and which account. Stick with the end game for now. And if that end game gets dicey, we'll let you know that you should think about it.
Thanks.
Councilmember Hefner.
Yeah, I was just hoping for a quick explanation. The proposed fees of the three bidders seem to be like three different orders of magnitude. What gives?
I mean, I would maybe allow Ted to answer this. If I could get into the minds of contractors, like, I would be doing much better in life. But, I think it's how they want to get their money loaded or not and the risk they see in the project. I think in this case, ECI was the most balanced and came in with numbers that we're used to seeing. I think KCI looked very value-oriented, but those numbers are so low, it actually causes us concern that they even have enough money built in to go the distance with us without asking for more money. And then Myers & Son was, I think they're very proud of their skills, and that showed with a really high price. And I just can't read why they were that high, but anything you said I would like to add on that, or?
No, so again, this is our space, these public improvement projects, I guess. I'd say we've done 34 of these over the last, probably 20 years. Yeah, it's important for us to be competitive. From time to time, we are also involved in the hard bid market, so we kind of know where that's at. I think at the end of the day, again, our reputation, providing value is huge. That's why we're here. Yeah, I kind of always love to see some of these fees too. Sometimes you scratch your head why people are all over the place. But I would say they're, and Kirk could probably do some investigation. I'd say they're very much industry standard. I would think very competitive for the type of work here. I can say that in all of those 34 projects, we've managed to get every single one of those projects have been able to go and get our scope delivered within that budget. So I guess that's kind of
No, that's helpful. Thank you.
Any other comments? Okay. We have a motion. Somebody want to make a
Yeah, I'd move we award the contract to ECI as proposed.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good luck, and we'll look forward to great work.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
All right. Next is City Attorney's report.
Thank you, Mayor. I have no report.
Okay. Identification of future agenda items.
Let's take
How
up the
about a
energy
limit
code
on the
again.
length of meetings?
I'd like to make a motion to adjourn.
Just kidding. Yes, second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Thank you all.
Thank you.
Kind of ran the table. Well, I'm just